Yes, you can start.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Global Azure 2021. So, Global Azure, it's a community event that is happening across the world. Microsoft, as an organization, they have always been supporting community events across the world to promote the technology stack they are working on, the products, the kind of products they provide, and the platforms they built. So, in the last 20 years, there have been a lot of technology enthusiasts working on Microsoft technologies, and they have been organizing closed group meetups within their local community. Basically, they have been conducting a lot of in-person events. So, to to promote the technology as well as to appreciate the exceptional contribution of technology enthusiasts across the world, Microsoft initiated a program called Most Valuable Professional, where they award technology enthusiasts across the world who promote and contribute to the community by teaching or promoting the Microsoft technologies and their products. So 10 years ago, Microsoft, they have started building cloud computing services. There has been a paradigm shift from on-premise products to cloud. And to promote them, promote those services, Microsoft was kind of reaching out to all the technology communities across the world to help promote those services. And all the technology leaders across the world, they were kind of promoting Azure related services and platforms. And Microsoft as a company, they have been continuing appreciating their efforts, and there have been a lot of people who have been awarded Microsoft Valuable Professional awards. And some of them, they thought like, okay, being running these meetups individually, why can't we create a group of community events across the world and then make it as a big movement? So that is how they initiated a program called Global Azure Bootcamp, where they coordinate local communities across the world, and they help organize events on a particular day so that it looks like a big scale event on that particular day or so. So for the last 8 or 9 years, this has been a regular event every year to promote Global Azure. And with the success of Global Azure Bootcamp, there has been a lot of other boot camps like Global Integration Bootcamp and Power Platform Bootcamps. They all have started their own initiatives in different timelines, whereas Global Azure Bootcamp is now picking up steam. And we could see the number of communities and the number of sessions, number of speakers who connect with this particular program has been increasing year over year. So since 2014, as a company, we are also closely associated with the community. For that matter, our first product, Desktop 360, was conceived in one of the technology community events, and from there on, we have been very closely associated with the community. We contribute a lot of technology sessions, and we also organize one of the premier integration events called Integrate every year. And since 2014, we have been part of Global Azure. So we also have um, initiated a community wing called TechMeet360, where we encourage our employees at Covey.co and external participants to attend and also present sessions to establish the technology community within India. So over the years, Global Azure has grown in numbers, and last year in the last several years, it has been like an in-person event. Like we used to conduct events in Bangalore, and we could also see a lot of in-person event happening in different cities across the world. But since last year, due to the pandemic, they completely moved to a virtual mode, and this year they are running this event for continuous 3 days between April 15th and April 17th. So the numbers are looking very, very encouraging. This year you can see uh, almost all the continents across the world are participating. We have got around 540 sessions scheduled, and there are around 565 speakers. So one of the proudest moment here is like we could see all of our speakers are also listed on the main page of Global Azure. You can see some of the people from Tamil Nadu, like we have Anand Murli, one of our speakers today, and we have our friends like Anbumani and uh, others. And it's good to see my face as well here. And most of our speakers, we have Elilarisi here, and we have Meghantanathan, and we have Selvaraju, Suhas Parameshwaran. So almost, and we also have got Sivaramakrishnan. So it's again a matter of pride that like we are also being a part of community. We learn from the community, and we also contribute back to the community. So you can see there have been a lot of sessions scheduled, and particularly today there are the sessions have started already. And from Indonesia, like if you see from 8:30 onwards, the sessions have started, and you can see lineup of our sessions also coming up in this list in this page. So as a community, we have a couple of sites where you can look up for our future events. TechMeet360 is the technology community arm of Covey.co, where we organize a lot of technical events and sessions. So you can look at this meetup page or also the Townscript page, and check out for the lineup of sessions for today. And we have around 10 sessions scheduled for today, and you can follow us to know about our future events and sessions. So with this introduction, let me just quickly jump on to my session. So today I will be speaking about Azure Logic Apps, and I will introduce enterprise integration capabilities of Azure Logic Apps. And since we have announced this session, we have started receiving collecting some feedbacks and surveys, and we found that most of them, they wanted to know the basics of Logic App, and they just wanted to get started with the Logic App before going to deep dive. So I thought I will touch base on the enterprise integration capabilities, and also in the best interest of time, I will also do a demo where we can see how easy it is to get started with Logic Apps and integrate a couple of applications. So I am Arun Kumar Kumaresan. I work as a director of product engineering at Covey.co, and I am closely working with a software as a service product called Serverless 360, which provides a support platform for enterprises who use Microsoft Azure services. So before we move on to the demo, we need to understand what is Azure Logic Apps. So in the past, we would have seen a lot of applications have been used in large enterprises, and to connect those applications, many developers and engineers have to build integration related modules, and there will be a lot of architects who design the integration. Apart from building the applications for providing solutions to the business use cases of the enterprises, they also end up building a lot of modules that integrate communication between these applications used by these enterprises. So with the advent of cloud computing and advancement in technologies, there have been a lot of platform as a service that are being introduced, which we can just um, um, use to establish integration between the applications being used in enterprise, so that the enterprises can focus mainly on their business problems and building applications for the same, and not worry about creating the integration or plumbing the connectivities between those APIs, those apps. So Azure Logic Apps is one such platform as a service which provides that integration smoothly, and it has got different capabilities or characteristics like scheduling, automating, orchestrate tasks, business processes and workflows. When you say scheduling, like you just wanted to schedule an activity that has to happen sometimes in the mid of the day, or every midnight, or once in a month, and so on and so forth. And you also need to automate. You need to reduce the manual intervention for any event that occurs. So as soon as an event occurs, you need to automate a set of activities that should follow. Likewise, you need to orchestrate some tasks. You need to say like, okay, when something happens, you need to make some transformation on that particular event. A message that is being passed from one application to the another application, you need to transform in such a way that the message sent by application 1 is being well received by application 2 in the format that is required. So you can create all those orchestrations and workflows. So why logic apps? If not for logic apps, the enterprises will end up building their own integration components, and at the end of the day, building uh, um, custom solution comes up with a lot of challenges. Maintainability, scalability, you never know what is the workload. Will you build the integration module to cater to hundreds of requests or hundreds of events, or what happens if all of a sudden there is 1,000 requests coming in a short span of time? Do you have enough infrastructure to back up all those things? So the enterprises need not worry about all those challenges. Instead, they can just use logic apps, which provides a standard way of integrating the applications with scalability, the data integration, and system integration. So logic app follows a lot of standards, templates, in such a way that provides integration of data, and integrity of data without any compromise. So extensively, logic apps is being used for enterprise application integration. The term means any enterprise will have hundreds of applications to run their business. Let us consider an e-commerce application. They will have a e-commerce website where they will list out all the inventories. They will have a database where all their inventories are stored. They will have a vendor management system. They will have a logistic management application. They will have to integrate with the banking solution for payment related things, and that will constitute a bigger enterprise. And all these applications have to talk to each other, and you need to provide the integration between them. So that is where logic apps comes into picture, and that provides seamless integration between those applications. When you talk about B2B enterprise integrations, B2B stands for business to business. You need to have a seamless communication between the organizations to avoid any delays or any bottlenecks that happens between uh, bottlenecks between the applications and things like that. And you also need to build the integration to automatically scale for integration workloads. For example, when you design a system, when you design an e-commerce system, you will only consider the payment process has to happen from here, and it has to be sent to the vendor, and the logistics and supply chain vendor has to get some notifications and things like that. But you never know what will be the real life workload at the end of the day. During the big billion sale, or during a festive season, you will see a huge spike in the load, and during certain times there will be no load at all. On a very average day, there will be very minimal load. So your design and the modules what you build should automatically help you scale for all these load scenarios as well. And as alongside managing the load, you should be also able to easily modify the integrations. When you start, you will have a simple workflow, but when your business use cases get complicated, these workflows will also get complicated. So without any huge disruption, you should be able to make some modifications and deploy it to the system. So that is where platforms like logic apps will help you to do seamless integration. So when it comes to B2B enterprise integration, logic apps provide enterprise integration pack, which follows the standards of electronic data interchange and enterprise application integration. So following the standards is absolute necessary, because the applications built by multiple vendors, they follow their own way of building it. But at the end of the day, when they expose their APIs or connectors or any communication mechanism, there should be standards so that both applications can be plugged or integrated seamlessly. So Logic Apps follows all the necessary standards that requires the EDI and the EAI principles. A concept called integration account has been introduced in Azure Logic Apps, which helps you to uh, configure your Logic Apps in a secured, scalable, and manageable container. You can create Logic Apps in a standalone manner, but at the end of the day, if you are building the Logic Apps workflows for a very complex enterprise scenarios, which includes a lot of partners, vendors, and schemas and transformation activities, you can create a separate integration account for that purpose, and you can configure the Logic Apps within that integration account for easy management. So that is what it has been mentioned. Like, you can create, store, manage B2B artifacts. You can create schemas, and you can reuse that between multiple Logic Apps, and you can start your integration very easily. So I have been talking a lot about B2B enterprise integration and communication between the applications, message flowing between applications between different stages. Let us quickly take a look at one of such transactions and see how message follows between them. So I am presenting you our own SaaS solution, Serverless 360, where we have a module called Business Activity Monitoring. This particular module provides you the capability of tracking the message flowing between the stages in a business application. Let us quickly take a look at one of these complex workflow, where a message is processed based on certain decisions, and it flows through different stages. So here you can take a look at how a message flows. So for each and every event, when a message is being processed within the Logic App workflow, we kind of track how this message flows through that particular workflow. So in this example, if you see a message is received, I have this particular example deals with a truck tracker. So as soon as a message is received, the truck has to move to different destinations, like a warehouse, or it has to leave the warehouse, and it has to supply the goods that has been loaded. So in this case, it looks like a message has been received to initiate a truck, but somewhere in the workflow there has been a failure. So you can quickly take a look at what is the failure here. And messages inside the application integration um, flows in this format. In this particular case, we have the JSON format of the message flowing between different stages of the application. So this is how a message flows through a workflow in enterprise application scenario, and this particular module helps you to track each and every instance of that particular workflow. So with this introduction on B2B scenario, let us quickly jump on to a demo on Logic Apps. I will be explaining one of the scenarios where we will be processing one simple scenario of payments. For this example, I will be using two different applications, a Stripe and a Outlook application. So these are the two applications primarily used in enterprise e-commerce scenarios. Any e-commerce website will have a payment gateway, and it will have a payment processing application. Stripe is one of the leading online payment processing solutions that are being extensively used by software as a service products. So I will be using this Stripe, where I will be able to manage some of the payments and customers. In this scenario, I will use this customer modules in Stripe, where as soon as a customer is added to this particular Stripe account, I should notify one of my associates who needs to be aware of a new customer has been created in the account, and then they have to follow up. So for this scenario, we will just create a logic app and see how this communication is possible. I am now switching to my Azure portal. I have already created a resource group called Arun Kumar, just in my name, for easy uh, uh, management. Let us create a logic app and integrate a Stripe and an Outlook application. Okay, you can either search for your service here, or you can also go through this list if you are aware of which particular category your service belongs to. And logic app belongs to the integration category, and I select logic apps. Give it a minute, it has to load. Okay. Looks like I need to log in again. Okay. So what I did was, let me do it again. Inside my resource group, I'm trying to add a new logic app. So within my subscription and the resource group, I need to create a logic app. Created a logic app with the name customer processing, and I'm going to deploy it in East US region. Let us give it a minute. Logic apps should be created very soon. The templates for creating the logic app has been created in the background, and the deployment is happening. And we could expect a logic app anytime soon. Okay. So the template is being deployed now. The deployment is complete. Let us just go back and take a look at our new logic app. Yeah, our new logic app has been created. Let us create the workflow for our scenario. I'm just opening the logic app designer. So inside this, you can always create a logic app workflow using any of the templates, or you can get started with a blank logic app. For our easy understanding, I'm just starting with a blank logic app so that it is easy for us to follow. So let us try to integrate Stripe and Outlook. So with Stripe, you have got a lot of triggers. So you need a trigger to initiate a workflow in a logic app. So in this scenario, we will use when a customer is added trigger, and I would like my logic app to check every minute. Uh, I will have to establish a connection between this logic app and the Stripe account. I already have a Stripe connection created. So when you have to create a Stripe connection, you just need to copy an API key. So if you have a Stripe account for you, you can go to this developer section and you can take a look at this API keys, and you need to use this secret key, which is a kind of a similar key like what you see here, and you need to just copy that key and paste it over here. A connection will be established. I already have a couple of connections here. I will be using one of the connections. So I want my logic app to check my Stripe account every minute to see if a new customer has been added or not. Now that I have created this configuration, the next step is When a customer is added, I want my logic app to send an email to one of my colleagues. So I have a send an email action here. Selected that. So I'm just creating the configuration to send emails. So the beauty of Logic App is it provides a list of parameters that is related to this particular action of Stripe, and those parameters can be used to create dynamic content. So in this case, I'm just going to use some of the dynamic content here. You can format the body of the email using the parameters and the format you want. So I have configured a send an email action, which will send an email as soon as the customer is created in the Stripe account in this particular format. So for more details on the parameters and the actions, Microsoft has provided the documentation for each and every connectors that are available on Logic Apps. You can just go to this particular page and see what actions are available for Stripe and what are the activities you can perform and what are the parameters that are involved here. So we are now using this when a customer is added action, and these are the parameters that are related to this action, which you can use it as dynamic content. So now that we have done this configuration, let us just simply save and try to run this. So based on this workflow, Logic App will try to execute that workflow, establish a connection with the Stripe account, and see if there is any customer that has been added. Okay. Let us just go and check the scheduled runs, the runs histories. So we tried to run our workflow so many times and they got skipped. You can see why it has got skipped here. So far, there has been no runs because there has been no customer created in our Stripe account. Let us quickly go to our Stripe account and try to add one of the customers and see what is the response. So in this case, I will just create a customer with the fictional company called Fabricam, and let us configure an email called jn@fabricam.com, and let us provide the description. Fabricam is a fictional company that provides cable television and related services, and let us try to add this customer. Okay. Now that a customer has been created here, I have not done anything. I just configured a Logic app, established a connection, and created a workflow to forward an email to my colleague. So let us try to refresh and see. Give it a minute; it will pick up. Okay, in the meantime, we will just take a quick look at the integration account and get back to here. So as I mentioned, for B2B integrations, creating an integration account is very much helpful, where you can create all your schemas. Schemas, when you say you want the template, how a particular message from one application should look like, and while transforming to the needs of another application, what should be the schema that should follow, and what transformations of the messages should happen. So those are the schemas. Then you can have maps. You can create any certificates for a trusted connection between the applications, and you can store all these in one place and reuse them when you create multiple logic apps. So let us go back to our logic app and see. Yeah, it is automatically for every minute we configured our logic apps to check our Stripe account to check for any new customer that have been created. So in this case, in the next cycle, it has identified there has been one customer. Let us see what is the response. In this instance, you can see. See, the Logic Apps has tried to check with our Stripe account, and it has received a response. And there is, as per our action, when a customer is added, it needs to return this particular response of a customer. So this is the customer details. You've got the email, you have got the description, and you have also got the customer ID. So I hope you remember these are the parameters that we included in our configuration while defining the body of the email. Let us now go to our email account and see, have we received any email. Yes, we have received an email with the same format what we have configured at the Logic Apps, a new customer with this customer ID, and the same format what we have created there. A new customer, jane@fabricam.com, is created on so and so date, and the customer details have also been mentioned here, and this is the template what we have created. So in this demo, what we recognized is integrating the applications in an enterprise could have been a nightmare, or building those modules will take weeks or months, architecting it and writing piece of code, testing them in the testing environment, and then deploying it to the production, and scalability issues and things like that. So integrating an application like Stripe and Mail is not that easy in the olden days. With the advent of cloud computing and introduction of platform as a service services like Logic Apps, within a minute we were able to integrate two different applications built by two different vendors, and they have no reason why a Stripe has to send an email to a Mail, and should there be any integration that is possible. But our enterprise business scenario may demand such kind of integrations, and that can be made possible through such platform as a service called Azure Logic Apps. So this is only a simple demo where you saw a very simple scenario being demonstrated, and you can also build a complex logic apps workflows with different stages like this, and you can also create a combination of logic apps that will talk to each other and create a very complex workflow scenario. I hope this demonstration and session has provided you an introduction to logic apps, and now you found how easy it is to integrate two different applications which are not related to each other within a matter of minutes. So with this, I conclude my session, and thank you all for listening this session. And I encourage you to be on this channel for learning more on Microsoft Azure, and we have got a lot of other interesting sessions coming up. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Arun. So thanks for your session. That was very informative. So next up, we have Kupurasu. He'll be talking about how to build, deploy, and scale apps with Azure App Server. So over to you, Kupurasu.
Thank you, Sudas. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to uh, participate this Global FC 2021 event. I am Kupras Nagaraj, Senior Software Engineer, currently working for Idaco and Microsoft MVP. Today, I'm going to talk about build, deploy, and scale apps with Microsoft App Service. So, if you are new to Azure, this session will help you to understanding Azure App Service and how to hosting our application in App Service, then how to scaling or managing our applications. So this is my agenda. First, we will talk about Azure App Service core concept. Then we are going to create one application and deploying an application in the web app, and how to scaling app service in the inside the app service. Okay. So first, what is app service? This is service for hosting our web application or REST APIs or mobile backends. So we can deploy our different kind of application in the app service. So it support .NET language. If you are .NET developer or Java developer or Ruby and Node.js or Python or PHP developer, you can deploy your application inside the app service. So the application can execute and scale fully managed. This is a platform as a service, so it's automatically managed by the Microsoft. So the what is web app? The scalable hosting web application. It's provide the quick way to host our web application in the cloud. So I'm going to demonstrate how quickly we can deploy our application in the cloud. Also, it allows to scale our application without required redesign for scalability. We no need to change any configuration. Just we can easily scaling up our application without changes. Then easily integrate with the Visual Studio. I'm going to show the demo with how integrate with the Visual Studio, and it provide open source platform. Previous slide we discussed PHP and Python, also many different languages. So the advantage of web app, near instance deployment available. Then SSL and custom domain services also available in some of the tiers. It's not available all the tiers. Some of the tiers it's available, and we can also it's also provide the web jobs for background processing for independent scaling, and can scale to larger machine without the redeploying application. These are the advantage when we use the web apps. So the main key feature, the multi-language and framework support, and also the very important feature is the DevOps optimization. So when we have our application in Azure DevOps or GitHub or Bitbucket or Docker Hub or Azure Container Registry, so we can set the CI/CD. So easily we can integrate our application and deploy our application in the app service plan. Also, it's a global scale, high availability. So we can set our, we can scaling up our application automatically or manually. We have the two types. So even hosting anywhere in the global data center infrastructure also. It also we have the different type of connections to the SaaS platform to on-premises data like SAP, Salesforce, and integrates such. Even we can connect Facebook login. So these are the SaaS platform connections also available. So before starting, what is the app service plan? So when we are going to deploy our application, we need to create one app service plan. Then we are after that we can deploy our application. What is the app service plan? This is very simple. The app service plan can logically group up app within a subscription. So at least we need one app service for our application. Once you created app service plan, we can deploy multiple application inside within the one app service plan. We can share the same infrastructure with multiple applications. Okay, so based upon our requirement, we can use single app service plan for multiple application, or each application we can create one app service plan. So depending upon our requirement. Okay, so this is a simple example for app service plan. So if we have one app service plan, we can deploy multiple web services. So I hope you understand what is app service. It's very simple. It's a hosting service for applications like web application, API applications, or mobile backend applications. Now I'm going to show the demo, simple demo to web application. So I'm going to create one web application in Visual Studio. So I installed Visual Studio 2019. So if you are student or independent developer, you can download Visual Studio 2019 Community Edition. It's free for personal use and student educational purpose. So I'm going to create new project. So here I'm going to choose ASP.NET Core application. I'm going to create this automation. So I'm going to create new project here. So here I'm going to choose ASP.NET Core Web Application. Here I'm going to GA demo. So I mentioned the application name. Here I'm going to choose MEC model application. And here I'm selecting the .NET Core 3.1 framework. So I'm going to click create. So here I created a hollow world kind of application. So once the application is ready, we can run in the local machine. Then we can see how to deploy our application in the Azure App Service. You can see here the default templates available here. Just I'm going to run this application. So this application running in my local machine. Yeah. So it's running successfully in my local machine. So I'm going to change. So just I change the welcome to Global Azure 2021. So our application is ready. Then how we can deploy this application in Azure App Service. So let I switch to the Azure portal. So already I log in my Azure portal. So now I am going to create a web app. So just I'm going to create. You can find web app here in the marketplace. Select web app. Just click the create. Then you can choose your subscription and you can create a. You can use your existing resource group or you can create new one. So I'm going to create a new CA. The logical container to manage our services in one place. So here I'm going to give GA demo. And we have the two type of publish available. So one is code, another one is a Docker container. If I have the time, I will show how we can deploy our Docker container in the Azure App Service. So now I'm going to show code publish method. So here I'm going to choose the runtime. So I'm going to choose .NET 3.1 long time service. And operating system Windows. Then region, I leave it the central use. You can choose different which region you want. So we have the different regions available. Then here the default app service plan. The app service plan size is standard S1 and the memory size is 7.5 GB RAM. So next I'm click deployment. So the deployment settings, continuous deployment is disabled. So just I'm going to click create. So once this web app created, yeah, validations completed, just you can click create. It take less than 1 minute to create the new web app. Once we the web app is ready, we will get the notification. Then we can deploy our application through the Visual Studio itself. So the deployment is in progress. Once the deployment completed, we will get the notification. Then we can quickly deploy our application. So yeah, the deployment is successful, ready. Then I just enter to the web app. Inside the web app, you just click the publish profile settings file. Just click here. So the publish settings file downloaded. Then we move to the Visual Studio. Right click on your project name, and we have the publish option. Just click the publish option. And you select import profile. We can create a web app Visual Studio itself, but the easy understanding, I created the web app in the portal side. So we can possible to create here also. So just I'm going, already I download the publish settings profile. So I select import profile, click next, and select our downloaded file. This is I downloaded recently, so I select this file and click finish. So once the configuration ready, you just click publish. So once this process is completed, the Visual Studio taking care to publish our application inside our web app. So it take normally take 1 or 2 minutes based upon our application size. You can see the status of the publishing settings. So the publish is started. So once the publish is completed, then our application running in the cloud. So you can see the status here, the publishing folder, W2 boot, and the CSS files. So one by one, the applications publishing in our web app. Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to show how to deploy Docker files in the web app. So switch back to the Visual Studio portal again. So I'm going to create a new web app for container. Docker. This is a unique URL. So if already someone already taken your URL, we can't use. So this is unique URL. You can always check. Then now I'm going to check Docker container, and I don't have the Docker container application now, but I can use the Microsoft public container. So I can choose the Linux and I leave it the region as it is. Then I move to the previously I selected code. Now I selected the Docker container. I click Docker. Then I leave it the simple container, and I will select Docker Hub. Here I'm going to choose Docker Hub, and the access type is public. And in the image tag, so Microsoft already published the ACI Hello World container in public, so I can use this container in my application. Just I'm going to click create. If you have a private container, you can choose your private container here. So currently I selected the Microsoft public container for deploying inside my web application. So due to my internet connectivity, still the process, still the uploading continue. So once the process is completed, then Visual Studio automatically open the web browser and running our application. So the Docker applications deployment in progress. So once the process is completed, we can access our Docker web application. Yeah, deployment is completed. You can see this is our Docker application URL. Just you click here. Yeah, the container instance is running successfully. So this is a sample application Microsoft posted in the container. So I just use this Docker container in my application. So you can see the how we can quickly deploy our application using the Azure App Services. Okay, let me talk the scale up and scale down options. So we have the scale up. We can change our app service plan, two types, scale up and scale out. Scale up means we can change the service plan. So if you are using, we have the different three categories. One is dev and test environment, and production and isolated. So based, if you are developing purpose or testing purpose, you can choose either this tiers. So the basic tiers support only 30 minutes per day, and B1 support SSL custom domain and manual scaling up to 3 instances only. In the production, then based upon our requirement, we can choose the different tiers. Yeah, our applications running. You can see Visual Studio hosted our application. Okay, so this is a simple process to hosting our application using the Visual Studio. Okay, so coming back to the scaling up part. So this is scaling up means our change the app service plan tier. So based upon this tier, we are going to pay for that amount. Okay, so auto scale up to 20 instance support, staging slot also support. You want to use staging and production slot, then we can use 20 slot for testing and deployment purpose. So if you choose this one, so based upon the estimated amount, you can see here the 11,623 rupees. This is estimate only, not actual. So here I'm going to select which tier you want. Okay, that is a scaling up. So here I'm going to select this one. I can apply. So quickly, without any application changes, my application performance will increase because I changed the application tier. You can see updating app service plan successfully completed. So next one, scaling. So next one is scale out. Scale out means we can create multiple instances. Okay, so two type of scaling available. One is manual, so we can manually increase the instance size. So currently support 30 instance. We can set the instance count based upon our requirement. That is one type of. So another type, auto scaling. You can select auto scaling. Then you can scaling specific. We have the two scaling mode. One is a scale based on metric. Another one is a scale to a specific instance count. Okay. So here I'm going to choose the metric mode. Then you can set the minimum count one instance. The maximum count I can set 10. The default 2. So I set this condition. Then I can add the rule also. So based upon this rule, the instance count will automatically increase or down, going decrease. Okay, you can see here. We have the different metric names, the CPU percentage. So whenever the CPU percentage going more than 70%, automatically increase the one instance. Okay, so it takes waiting time is average. You can see the hold time, the 5 minutes. So automatically, if our CPU 70% usage up to 5 minutes, the rule will create another instance. So based upon our requirement, we can set auto scaling here. Okay, so we have the different options here. We can set the authentication and backups also. If you want to back up your web application, you can set the backup here. Okay, currently we don't have any backup, so we need to configure the backup. So scheduled backup, we can set every days or every 1 hour. So based upon this schedule, our application automatically back up. So anything goes wrong in one particular time, then we can restore our previous backup. It definitely helps us to run our application smoothly. And so custom domain, so default domain, you can see our web application default domain is pupu.docker.azurewebsites.net. So if you want to configure your custom domain, then you can go to here and you can configure your custom, add the custom domain and configure all the information. Once you configure, then you can access you can access your application using the custom domain. Also, we have the networking facility. So you want to restrict only specific user to access or particular IP. You want to access only particular machine, then you can configure the access restrictions here. So you can add the rule. Then you can mention the rule name, my IP. Then you can set the action allow or deny. So if you want to deny some IPs, then you can select the deny action, or if you want to allow only the particular IP, then you can choose allow, and you can set the priority. I can set 100 and description and IP with type of IP version, and you can mention your allowed IP here. Then you can set add rule, only the particular IP machines only access this web application. So other than if anyone trying to access your application, the web app restricted that access. Okay, so we have different services available in the web app. I hope you understand what is the Azure App Service. It's the hosting service in the Azure cloud. Then we can deploy different type of applications like .NET, PHP, Python, and Java applications also. And it provides the scaling options without changing any application changes. Okay, so then it support manual scaling or auto scaling also. It's available some of the tiers, it's not all the tiers. And backup also available, custom domain configurations available, and even we can add the access control also. So who can access these applications? Once we configure this access control, only the particular users access this application within the portal. So different applications also available and options available. Okay, so I hope this session useful to understanding the building web application and how to host and how to managing scaling our applications. So, any questions?
So that's just one question from Karthik Kupra. So like when we have multiple websites within the same app service plan, will the scale out apply to all? Any other filter option to choose scale out and scale into specific to that particular website?
Let me check and I will respond. Suppose.
Yeah, sure. Sure, Karthik. Like he'll check and he'll respond to you in the comment section. Yeah, stay tuned
Yeah,
for that.
I will share my comment. I will share my thoughts in the comment section.
Yeah, sure. Uh,
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks, Kubra. So I think that was a very interesting session, like how to deploy your website. It seems to be, like you can deploy website within 5 to 10 minutes. So thanks,
Yeah.
Kubra. So and next up we have May Gandanathan. Like he'll be talking about how to host a static website with Azure storage. So over to you, May.
Uh, Thank you for this opportunity. Let me share my screen. Yeah, this is Megan and Nathan. I'm working as a software engineer in Kowai.co. In this session, we're going to see about how to host a static website with Azure storage. Previously, Cooper also has spoke about the web application, the dynamic web applications like .NET, Java, and PHP, Python. It will be rendered in from the web server. Those content will become sent back to the requester. So right now, we're going to see how easily we will host our static websites with Azure storage. This is one of the most awaited feature for Azure because now people can deploy their static web application, static sites like Angular and or HTML, CSS, JavaScript files into Azure storage with very cheaply. Yeah, I can see that. Let me see one by one. Before this release, the problem is Azure App Service Plan, because usually what we do to host our static web application, we go with Azure App Service Plan, we host our web application there, and we pay for computer. But for a static site, we no need to pay for computer. It's redundant. Basically, static site, its data is simple, it won't change anything. For dynamic one, based upon the records, it will change today or future also. But static site, those data will be same. But we can apply the JavaScript objects, like when we click some action, we can do some interactions in static website, but the data will be same. It won't change any further. So let's see one by one. By the end of session, as end user, you'll know about how easily host your static websites in Azure storage. So the first thing what we need to do is we want to create a storage account in Azure, and then and then we have to enable the static website there, and then we have to install the Azure Storage Explorer, and we want to upload our any files and folders, whatever we need to upload there. I'll go step by step with clear manner. I make you to understand how easy and how simple it is to host our site, to host our static web application in Azure storage. Yeah, first thing we know to go to portal.azure.com. So to host static web applications to Azure storage, we need to create the Azure storage account. That is a version 2 account. I'll explain it how to create a storage account. Uh, Click create a resources, and you can see in this option you can see below storage account option. Click upon that. Uh, there is one question will come, because why we need storage account. We can store our files in virtual machine also, right? They can ask, but the problem is, in if there is any problem occurs in virtual machine, uh, it crashes, then our files and whatever the images or documents we store in the file, it will be crashed. We can't able to get back. So for that approach, for this reason, Azure came with a separate storage account. In that storage account, it will be responsible for hosting, uploading our file related data in the storage account. Once we click the storage account, we will get this page. In this page, we have to create a resource group, or if you have any existing resource group, you can make use of that. Right now, I create one new resource group for that. So I have some static site, and I'm going to give a storage account name. I'm going to give some static site here. And then the region is, for me it's okay. Azure has several regions there. For me, Central US is okay. And the performance is standard or premium. If we go with premium, we need to pay extra charges for that. For as a static site, it's perfect. Standard is perfect one. And then the account kind informations. The account kind informations, you can see when we click that, you can see three drop downs there. One is blob storage and storage general purpose v1. These two are legacy ones. Now the Azure, they are not providing any updates, and whatever new security updates or what new features they add in storage account, they are adding only in the v2. This is old one, currently they are not using, so I won't recommend to add this here. And also for the static website feature, it is available in the storage v2 only, not v1, because this is old one. So I'm choosing the storage v2, general purpose v2 option. Then replication. Replication, you can see several replications there. So the first one, locally redundant storage LRS means, here Azure has mentioned they have several region, right? Central US, East US. What local LRS means, in the data center, our files, the storage account is replicated 3 times in the same data center. For example, in India, if there is any Azure data center, in the data center, if we create any storage account in India region, that our storage account will be replicated 3 times in the same data center. If you go with the redundant storage, GRS, sorry, geo redundant storage. For geo redundant storage, Azure will create three storage accounts in the different three regions. For example, they will create storage account in Central US and North Central US and West US. Like three Central US, they will create a storage account there, and the data will be replicated. So whenever we do perform any read and write operations, once it will be returned back once the data is saved in all the regions. So Azure recommended to use, for if there is any simple one, you can go with the local redundant, or if you need geo redundant, means you can go with that. For zone redundant means, Azure have several zones there, uh, and they are storing their our replication in the three different zones. Like in this simple case, our static site, our local redundant storage, it's fine, it's more than enough, so we'll go with that. And then they are providing some options like connectivity method, the public endpoint. If the user want to have only private selected networks, you can use selected network, you can configure that. Or if you need private endpoint, you can configure whatever the private endpoint here. So for me, public endpoint is fine, I'm going with that. So remaining the options are same by default. So we'll create the storage account. Meanwhile, it is creating let me show. I thought to demonstrate that I came with two static sites to host in the Azure storage. For example, here I have one static site called Sri. This is one of the static site template. So by the end of the session, it will be hosted in Microsoft Azure storage. Let's see if it's created or not. Okay, validation paused. Let's create now. Okay, the deployment is in progress. It will be ready in within 30 to 45 seconds. In the meantime, I was telling that I came with this template. By the end of the session, we'll be storing this template, and also I created one more. We have one more HTML file. We also created n number of files, static files we can store, but for one storage account we can able to store we can able to host only one static site. So let's see. Yeah, the deployment is complete now. So now go to resources. So now our part, we have created the storage account. The second part is we have to enable the static website there. So move into, let's search for static website in here. So we have option static website. Just click upon that. Then it will have two options, disabled or enabled. Click enabled. Then it will ask the first file, the starting file of your website or web application. Right now, here we have index.html is the starting file. And then it will ask if you have any error document path, that is error.html. Do you have anything? Right now, I don't have any files for when we hit the 404 page, it will display that file. But right now, we don't have that. We have only index.html. It's fine now. Let's save it. Yeah, you can see here, Azure has given me one website URL. May have some site static and web.code windows.net. Then you enter it. So we have one domain, free domain Azure has given to us. The domain is empty. So we need to upload our files to display our web applications under this domain. So let's do this. So for that, okay, we have enabled the static website. One more option I need to say, that is here we have a web. When we click web, it's act as a root container for our domain. We have to upload our files, whatever the web application file we need to upload, we have to upload here. So for example, I'm going to upload my static sites like uh, I'll go with one static file, Shri. I'm going to upload here. So for that, there is one wonderful tool. We have Azure Storage Explorer. Better you can install that. It's very simple. Just to Google it, Azure Storage Explorer. The first link which pops up, that is that link, Azure Storage Explorer. Just to have an install download option. It's a cross-platform one. You can install a Linux or a Mac OS. Just install it. I already installed it. Microsoft Azure Storage Explorer. Just click upon this. Yeah, here it's loading. You can able to see here the storage account. Right now I have created some static site. You can able to see here, and the thing. Okay, the third part is also completed. We have created, enabled a static website. We have installed the Azure Storage Explorer. Now the final part is we want to upload our files and folder in that. Let's do that. Okay. In the blob container, in the storage account, we have blob container. Click upon that. In that, we can see one container called a web. This act as a root container for hosting our sites. Here we have option called upload folder and files. So we have, I'm planning to upload these files in that section. static files, and we have this folders. Okay, right now I can able to uh, insert only one folder there. So I have pasted all my static files in the web container. It is now copying those files. It will take nearly 1 to 2 minutes to copy those static files inside the web container. Once it has uploaded successfully, it is done because uh, when it is uploaded successfully, when we hit our the Azure which has provided one URL, like when we hit that, it will display all the respective static web informations in this URL. Yeah, now it's ready. Now it's uploaded. So we will refresh it. Yeah, it's working perfectly. You can see our static web content is loading one by one in the site Azure storage, which we have provided one URL that in that it is loading fine here. Yeah, you can able to see here, and then this is for the session, and then we can able to use a custom domain to point to this URL, because this URL looks if the user feels this URL is not shows for him, they can easily configure with the custom domain with this endpoint here. Yeah, that's it about my session. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, Suvas, and entire
Yeah.
team.
Thanks, Meghanathan. So just a quick question from Raj. So through the static website, can we send mail to the user, like contact page? Like he's asking, can we build a contact page, host a contact page in the site?
We can make use of that by using the Azure functions. In static, when the user click the submit button in Azure functions, we can trigger emails to the particular email.
Okay.
We can make use of
Okay.
that. Yeah.
So to add on to that, Raj, we have many JavaScript plugins to send mail. So
Yeah.
if you use that plugin inside the static website, and if you host it, definitely you can send email to the user. It can be done using this.
Yeah.
And yeah, thanks, Megan. Thanks for the session.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Subhas.
Yeah. Okay, so next up is yeah, it's actually me. So let me just open my PPT. Okay, so um, okay, so this should be fine, I guess. Okay, guys. So so today my session is like it's going to be very simple, like top 5 years code extensions. Like I thought to take this session because like every time we cannot depend on Azure portal, right? Like as a developer, like if you want to manage certain things, it's not necessary to every time go to Azure portal and do stuff. Like we can make use of VS Code, and we'll see what is VS Code and how we can make use of the extensions. So just a small introduction about me. I am Suhas. I am working as a senior software engineer in Koi.co for the past 3 years. And I write blogs at TechMeet360.com, and I am also Microsoft MVP. So to know more about me, you can visit my portfolio, suhasparameshwara.github.io. Uh, Okay, so these are some of the, like, there are a lot of cool extensions, but today we are going to see only this top five: Azure Account App Service functions, Azure Storage, and ARM Template Viewer. We will see like what are the things we can do in VS Code with these extensions, and we'll explore how to install and how we can make use of all these extensions. Okay, so we'll jump on to the demo. So let me open VS Code. Okay, so it's just loading. So this is my VS Code. Like you can download this. Maybe if you are not aware what is VS Code, it's a kind of editor. Like they initially called it as a text editor, where you can it's similarly kind of Notepad plus plus or Atom or Sublime editors. But as the days goes on, VS Code, like it became more powerful. Like it has an option called extensions. So using these extensions, you can make VS Code as an IDE. So what is an IDE? Like a Visual Studio is an IDE, like where you can debug code, compile your application. Initially, VS Code was just a text editor where you can just just take notes, etc. But using these extensions, you can just go to extensions and let's say I want to compile a C sharp code. I can just search for C sharp compiler, and I can able to compile C sharp codes, or if you want to debug codes, you can able to do it. So at certain point of time, VS Code became more powerful, and it became an IDE. So this extensions, like this is the most powerful thing in VS Code. You can This is the thing we are going to explore things about Azure, like how you can install Azure stuffs. So how you can download this editor? Like you can just go to code.visualstudio.com. Let me just go here. Code.visualstudio.com. Just go to this URL, and you can just download the VS Code editor. It's very lightweight. Even if your PC configuration is very much low, like the performance should be better. You can just download here in this website, code.visualstudio.com. And coming back to extensions, first we'll see, like so once you install Visual Studio Code, there'll be an icon something like this. If you click it, there'll be a lot of extensions. I think there are around 15,000 or 16,000 extensions in VS Code. So let's say if the first extension is I want to show you is Azure Sign In. So let me search for Azure. Like there'll be a lot of things, but the first extensions we are going to see is Azure account. This extensions will be very much useful for signing into your Azure account and signing out and maintaining your subscriptions, all these stuffs. So in Azure we have a concept called subscriptions, right? Like you can make use of this extension, and you can able to sign in to your Azure account. So there'll be an install button here. Like if you click install, this extensions will be installed. So once installed, like just give Control Alt P, Control Shift P, and there'll be an option called Azure Sign In. I can just click sign in, and uh, okay, so it will be redirect to a login screen of Azure, and if you so I'm going to just select my Office ID. So let's say it says you are signed in. Like if I go now here, like you can see, I can able to see my account. So start Parameshwara at Koi.co. So if I click this, I can able to view all the subscriptions in my account. So I can also able to sign out at any point of time, and sign in. Like I can also use cloud PowerShell using this thing. Like if I search for I think that's, yeah, Azure Open PowerShell and Cloud Shell. Like I can also use Cloud Shell in VS Code rather than going to Azure portal. I can just use it. I can switch between subscriptions, and I can log out, etc. Like to know more about operations, like if you just do Azure colon, like if I just scroll, so there are different extensions. Like I'm just focusing on Azure now as of now. Yeah. Okay. So Azure, like it can able to it can focus on certain views, like the extensions views. It can able to the views can be changed, and then you can able to report an issue and review issue, and you can able to sign into your Azure cloud, and you can also, as I said, you can use Cloud Shell inside VS Code. So using these extensions, you can manage all your authentication stuffs like sign in, sign out, and use PowerShell inside VS Code, etc. So I would say this is this is one of the starting extension. Like if you want to use Azure, so this is the first extension you want to install it, because sign in, it's one of the important thing, right? Like if you can sign in only, you can use all the other stuffs like Azure resources, logic apps, etc. So the next thing I want to show you is the Azure App Service, like the second session by Cooper also, like he created an app service in Azure portal, right? So let us see whether we can create an app service using in VS Code. So let me just go to this Azure. Like there'll be an icon once you install it. There'll be an icon like this. Azure, if you install either one of this, one of this extension, there'll be an icon. And here, currently we are going to see, like I have a lot of extensions as you see: resource groups, app service, function storage, database, etc. The first we are going to see is Azure App Service. So if you just extend, like it'll try to query all the app service from my subscriptions. So I have these three subscriptions in my account, Covey.co. If I expand this, I can able to luckily if I have any, yeah, I have one app service here. Like if you have any other app service in the subscription, it will be able to show you, and you can just expand, and you can able to view the what are the database contains and what are the files and web jobs, etc. And so you can also stop this web app from VS Code. You don't need to go to Azure portal. You can restart, delete. You can also deploy to web app and start streaming logs. And so most of the Azure portal operations can be done directly in VS Code. It's not necessary, like you should go to Azure portal. And so let's say start stop is fine, and then so we have one more option, like create a new web app. So is that possible? Yeah, it's definitely possible. You can just click create a new web app and just select a subscription, and just give a unique name for that. So I'm just going to give TechMeet360 demo, and I'm just giving enter, and it's asking me to select a runtime. Yeah, so I'm going to select .NET 5, and you need to select a tier. So this, these steps is the same as like Azure portal. If you have, uh, you know, um, in the second session, Kuprasu showed us how to create, web like web app. Like the same steps it's being repeated in VS Code. You can just select the respective stuffs you want, and once you click it, like it will be, it will create the respective web app service. So this is very cool, right? You don't need to go to Azure portal. Like you can just create a new web app from VS Code. So that's one of the cool thing. Like you can also browse website. If I click this website, and if I click open, like it'll open the respective web app service for me. So almost 50 to 60 percentage of operations can be done in VS Code rather than going to Azure portal. I think it's still creating. Maybe it will take some time. So we'll see other extensions, and we'll come back to it later. The next extension I want to show you is Azure Functions. So it is also one of the okay. Meanwhile, it has already been created. Okay, so this is TechMeet360 demo. So it has been created from VS Code. If I go to Azure portal, also I can able to see it. I can also delete it at any time I want. Okay, so the next stuff is Azure Functions. The Azure Functions, like same, go to extensions and search for Azure Function. Sorry for that, Azure Functions. And if I select this one, I have already installed it. If you want, there'll be an install button. If you click install, the respective extensions will be installed. And once installed, if you go to this Azure icon, and there'll be a new option called Functions. If I just expand it, the same thing, like there'll be a list of subscriptions will be listed from your respective account. And if you expand it, you should be able to see the respective functions from your respective subscription. So if I open this Azure Functions, I can able to see the respective functions. So in this function app, I have four functions: archive, log, start, update. So just to give a small introduction about what is Azure Functions, it's just a like a function. It is being hosted in the cloud. So there are a lot of concepts in Azure, like we have durable functions, etc. So I'll leave you to explore. So to give a gist about it, it's just a set of functions being hosted in the cloud, and there are a lot of advantages being there are a lot of advantages of using it. I'll leave you to explore about it. But you want to know, like, the point is here is like you can manage Azure functions directly from VS Code rather than going to Azure portal. And you can also create a new function. You can also create a new project, and you can also deploy function here. I'm not going to do it because it will take around 5 minutes. I'm not going to do it, but yeah, you can create a new project, create a new function, and you can deploy it directly in VS Code. You don't need to go to Azure portal. And you can also, if I right click, you can also start, stop, restart, or delete a function app, or you can also browse, and the same operation for web app service. So as I said, in web app service plan, here also we have around 50 to 60% of operations can be done in VS Code. Uh, yeah, so you can create, delete, start, stop operations you want, and you can also explore the function. So if I go to this functions, if I click this, I can able to see the respective function file. Okay, I can able to see what's the trigger type and methods, auth level, etc., etc. And the next extension is Azure storage. The previous session, like Meghandanathan showed us, creating an Azure storage account, and we can deploy a website using Azure Storage Explorer. The same can be done from VS Code. So for that, you can just go to extensions, and just search for Azure storage. That's it. You'll get an extension for it and just install it. It will take just 10 to 20 seconds of it. And if I go to Azure, and there'll be an collapsible menu called storage. And if I collapsed it, and I can able to view the respective storage accounts from this respective subscription. I can able to view all the blob containers, files, etc. Let's say I want to upload a file here. Like I want to this is actually a blob container. So let's say I want to upload a file. You can just right click, and you can just say upload folder, upload files, and you can also browse the static website. And like the previous session may showed you, like you can also upload files. You can also deploy to static website from VS Code. You don't want to install Azure Storage Explorer, you can just make use of VS Code, and you can able to do it. You can also configure static website, you can disable it. And the main thing I like it is upload files. You don't need to go to Azure portal for every time for uploading files. You can just come here, and you can just say upload files. So here also you can able to create a new storage account. Yeah, that's totally possible. You can just click create a new storage account, select the respective subscription, and just give the name, and select the tiers, and the account will be created. So here also you can also almost do 50 to 60% of operations directly in VS Code rather than going to Azure portal. The last extension I want to show you is ARM template viewer. I'm not sure how much are aware of this ARM templates. So what is an ARM template? So let's say if I want to deploy a set of Azure resources. So let's say I want to deploy app service function, storage, database. You can define an ARM template, and basically it's a kind of a JSON file. So let me just quickly show you that. Um, Let me go here, and me just go to tracking, and let me see if I can able to find that one. Um, okay, so just give me a second, guys. I just want to show you that one. Um, okay, so it's tracking, and then I should deploy the JSON. Uh, okay, that's bad. Okay, so it's just a JSON file, guys. Like if you search for ARM template, so it's just a JSON file, which will be very much, yeah, I got it. So it would be looking something like this. Yeah. So it would be looking something like a JSON file where we will define what are the resources that needs to be deployed in the respective subscription or resource group. So in this ARM template, I have a set of function app, and I have a storage account, and I'll be having some service bus queues, etc., etc. You can view this. So let's say this JSON view doesn't give me a clear picture of what I am what I am doing it right. So let's say if there are any if you want to see an architecture of this view, like how the data flows from, so let's say the data is being flown from function to storage to queue, etc. So how can I view it? So that's the main part of this extension. So if I go to this extensions, and if I search for ARM template viewer, um, yeah, this one. So you can just install it. So once you install, and if you open any file like an ARM template file, there'll be an eye icon here, and if you click it, you should be able to view the entire flow of your respective uh, ARM template. So that'll be so this the graphical view of this JSON file is this one. You can able to view the entire flow of it, and you can also able to download stuffs, and you can also, let's say, if you want to view it in another view, kind of flow chart view, that's also possible. So this extensions will be very much useful for whoever is working on ARM templates, whoever is vigorously working on ARM templates, to view an architecture of this ARM template. This extensions will be very much useful. Okay, so I think that was a quick session. But if you have any doubts, regarding this, you can reach out to me. In This is my Twitter handle, NG Suhas. You can just reach out to me if you have any doubts. And thanks everyone. So thanks for joining on this Saturday. I appreciate your interest towards learning something new, and keep up your interest. And thanks everyone. Stay safe. So the next session we have is by Selva Raju. Like, he'll be talking about what are the best practices in building analytics dashboard using Power BI. So over to you, Selva.
Thank you, Suhas. Let me share my screen. By the way, before I do that, let me give you the link to the whole slide deck. Is there a chat option, Suhas? Just wondering. Is there a chat option to share my slide deck?
Like, you can share it to me, Selva. Like, I'll post it in the comment section. Maybe the attendees can.
Sure. Yeah, cool. Yeah, if you put it on the comment section, sure. Cool. Okay. So before I begin, look, this session is more about why and the what and the how of Power BI in terms of how we can actually use it to create dashboards. So before I begin, in terms of giving an overview, if you could just put it on the comment section on how many dashboards have you built during your career, just to help me to gauge the experience you have. Let me go there. So, am I able to see the comments from the audience?
I think there'll be comments on the right hand side.
Yeah, cool, excellent. Yeah, look, if the people are actually viewing this webcast, if you could go to the comment section and type how many dashboards have you built during your career, I would definitely appreciate your input. No worries. The audience is a bit quiet. No worries. Let me move on. The reason why I asked you this question was during my experience, I have seen a lot of dashboards being built, but in terms of the usage, it kind of waits off as the time progresses. So, which is not what you expect in terms of typical adaptation of the dashboard, because dashboards are widely used in the in the industry to aggregate data to help people make meaningful and evidence-based decisions. But having said that, the dashboard adoption in many of the organization kinds of fades away over a period of time. Okay, the reason for that is because there is a lot of best practices out there in the dashboard community, which is not widely being adopted in the industry. Okay, the data analyst and the data scientists who are coming into their career into the organization, obviously they are not aware of many of those things. Obviously, this session is to pretty much enlighten them. So, in terms of the overview, there are three topics I am going to cover. The first one is in terms of data management, how we can do data management in Power BI, and the second best practices are in the areas of data aggregation. So this comes from the wider field of data warehousing and the databases. Okay, and the third one is the visualization, which is the key element in most of the dashboards. So the data management and data aggregation is pretty much behind the scenes, and data visualization is what you see in the screen. Okay, so let me dive into the first first technique. So data management is a broad scope of field where we talk about different components of data management. For example, if you take a data, what does that mean? Okay, has the proper data security been applied? Is the data is fit for purpose in terms of the data quality? What are the rules in terms of adhering to the privacy and other regulations? Okay, that's the broader umbrella in which the data management covers. The first aspect that comes here is metadata. Okay, so metadata is all about the data about data. It's what's called metadata. Okay, if metadata helps us to understand the data. Most of the time, the data analyst and the data scientist, the moment they see a Excel spreadsheets or a big query returning a lot of data, they will definitely go into visualizing things or running some analytics or probably do some data profiling. But before you do that, the first thing, as an analyst who are actually producing dashboards using Power BI, they should be focusing on the metadata. Metadata helps us to understand the data better. Okay. The second aspect the metadata helps to understand is that most of the time the data is actually produced because of an underlying business process. Either it could be a transactional system that's producing this data, or it could be some kind of a customer interaction system. Okay, we need to pretty much delve into the business process itself, and then trying to understand the data from that business process perspective. The third aspect the metadata actually covers, it actually gives you the business context. Without the business context, you have no idea about what data you need to crunch, what kind of metric you need to develop, and then what kind of charts and visualization you need to show to the end customers. Okay, so in summary, metadata encapsulates these three. Let's look at some of the things how you can actually do that in Power BI. So this is a typical example I have managed to put together. So it actually gives complaint ID, suburb, and date. So the moment you see that, you really want to know which suburb is actually having a lot of complaints. Okay, this could be kind of a customer complaint or some kind of a customer call kind of a data. Okay, so you can actually take a suburb and you can do a count of all the complaints and you can actually put a simple bar chart. And if you want, you can actually put a time parameter as well in terms of the date. Having said that, how do you know this suburb is where the complaints are? You have no clue. This could be, so in order to understand whether this is the suburb where the complaints are coming from, or this is where the callers are actually calling to complain about something. Okay, so you need to understand that comes from the metadata. Usually the business process pretty much details out what this data or this column mean. Another example, who is the owner of this data? Whom should I talk to? When was this data created? When was this last updated? Which business application produces this? And what are the column definitions? That's very, very important in terms of understanding the data. Okay, what does this date mean? Is this the date where the customer actually called, or is this the date where this complaint has been actioned? Okay, we have no understanding that. Only if you talk to the creation, the the creator of this data set or the data owner or the custodian, you will come to realize that. So in terms of the metadata, understanding the column definition is a very key role. Moving on into the Power BI. So the moment you import the data into the Power BI, the Power BI absolutely gives you the columns, and then you have to go into the details of the understanding this data. For example, COGS, what does that mean? What do you mean by sales? What does this date column mean? Okay, understanding that is the essence of making sure that when you build the visualization or the dashboards, it actually fit for the purpose. The second more important thing is, for example, I talked about the date. I have seen in many of the dashboards where they actually show sales data, okay, as a trend. And then sometimes I ask them, February, why the sales is low? And then they'll give you some reasons and stuff like that. Then I ask them the question, February has 28 days. The other months have 30 days or 31 days. Obviously, you're short of 2 days or 3 days. Would that make a difference to that trend? And they go, oh, I completely forgot to normalize this data. There you go. So you need to understand this metadata gives you a little bit of a context in terms of producing what visualizations. Okay, so that's the first category in terms of data management. The second, data security. You probably wonder about why I'm talking about data security in Power BI. I shouldn't be worrying about only I'm talking about access control. But having said that, if you look at the way the Power BI has been architected, you have some kind of a data layer. Okay, that's where your SQL databases, all your sources are sitting. Okay, that's the data layer. And next is your orchestration layer, probably an ETL layer and things like that. And next you have some kind of a modeling layer or some kind of an API layer sitting on the top. And then you have the application layer. Application layer is where the Power BI sits. The best practice in terms of the data management, especially to data security, is that you need to apply the data security at the data layer and not at the application layer. The reason being, if the application layer is being compromised by some kind of cyber attack and things like that, still the data is not leaked. Only the visualization is leaked. Okay, whatever the data that's encapsulating on that is only gets compromised, not the underlying data. So the best practice is to make sure you apply the right data security policy and the IT policy at the data layer level. Okay, in the databases and the data warehouse layer, and then make sure it actually percolates upwards. The second aspect is access control. For example, if I'm giving access to the data dashboard to multiple executives and C-suite leadership team, do they need to have access to the underlying data? Probably not. Then what you do is you create some kind of a service account, and then you pin all those access control to that. And then in the Power BI layer, then you can pretty much orchestrate who gets to see, who gets to share, who gets to see what kind of reports and dashboards and things like that. So that's predominantly in the data security. The other thing is you need to make sure that you adhere to all the privacy legislation and regulation, which is a bit overlooked when it comes to dashboard design and implementation. Because most of the time, people get PAA data. I've seen in many of the dashboards where this PAA data or some kind of a PAA data gets exposed in the dashboard, and the stakeholders or the executives probably should not or need not have access to the underlying data or the visualization. Okay, so we need to make sure that this privacy legislation and regulations are pretty much taken into account when you build the Power BI dashboard. This is getting predominantly well known in the community because of the GDPR compliance, and you have laws in a lot of states in the US and also in Australia. There's a lot of privacy legislation coming into picture. So this is pretty much important in terms of building dashboards. To give you an example in Power BI, you can still do row-level security. I can only do this row-level security in Power BI only if the underlying data source does not have that capability. I know SQL Server does. I know modern databases and data warehouses still have row-level security. But if your data is coming from a CSV file where you can't impose row-level security, then yes. Then the best practice is to go and apply that in Power BI using DAX scripts. And in terms of managing roles, Power BI has this nice interface where next you click Manage Roles. You can define roles in terms of creator or who gets to be a reviewer and things like that. and then you can actually orchestrate these roles. Make sure you have good governance structure in place, and then you can do access control using Power BI. So that's on the data security part. This is probably well known in the Power BI community, where how we actually give access to the people. One of the best practices in creating this access control or the groups is create an admin group, where you don't create an admin, but you create an admin group where a bunch of Active Directory groups are actually attached to that, so that if one admin moves on from an organization, then somebody else can pick it up. Okay, so that's the flexibility of giving that, creating an admin group and attaching the admin group to each and every workspaces you create in Power BI. Next is data quality. I know that many dashboards there's no trust in many of the dashboards because the underlying data quality is pretty bad. So what's the best practice in terms of fixing the data quality? Fix the data quality at the source. Don't try to do all these transformations and data cleansing operations in the Power BI layer. The reason is this is pretty much putting lipstick on the pig. Okay, you need to fix the underlying root cause of the source. So the way to do that is, the moment somebody gives you the data and then you have to produce a dashboard, go and talk to the business users, the business data custodian, or the business stakeholders, in terms of understanding why the data quality is pretty bad, and then put some process on it to fix the data quality problem at the source. Okay, this might involve some process re-engineering, training to the staff, and things like that. So, but having said that, this should be done. The other important topic in terms of data quality is the business rules and logic. A lot of the time, we do some aggregations, or we do some count, or we do some unique count, ignoring a lot of underlying business rules. So that's when we showed the dashboard to the business stakeholder. There's no buy-in from them. The reason is the business rules are not applied. I'll give you a typical example from my experience. So there was a dashboard that's produced that should give you a pretty much a cumulative count of number of applications that's been produced in a liquor licensing application. Okay, so obviously there is, and we produced the dashboard and we showed it to this business stakeholder, and the business stakeholder goes, that number was wrong, and we were wondering what's wrong. I mean, we looked at all the logics and stuff like that, and then we asked the typical business owner, why do you say that it is wrong? Then he looked at the number of applications that's coming from. The application number is actually a sequence of numbers. So by looking at the last number in the application ID, he immediately knows that that's how much the application count is. Okay, and we got that wrong. So we don't know what logic we applied, but having said that, we missed a crucial information in terms of building that business rules into the data quality. Okay, so which is very, very important in terms of producing visualization. Third, the other aspect is in terms of ensuring that the reference data, for example, here you can actually see when I highlighted in terms of the segment, I have mentioned GOV, and there's government and CA for Canada and things like that, and it goes on. There's a lot of reference data that needs to be fixed with the source, and sometimes it's easy to do in the DAX scripts. If so, do that, because sometimes the rigidity of the old application might be hindering your ability to fix it. So in that scenario, you obviously do that in DAX scripts. Just be aware that more data comes in. Obviously, we need to run some kind of a data pipeline to check this data quality, and then not push this data to the production if there is some problems. Okay. So to summarize, some of the data cleansing you have to do in the Power BI is check for the spelling mistakes, typos, and things like that. The reference data, it has to be standardized. If you have an address, make sure it is validated, it is geocoded, and things like that. You need to have good algorithms to treat how you treat null values and missing values. Otherwise, the dashboard that you show might be showing incorrect information or inconsistent information. Date formatting, sometimes the date comes in different formats. Obviously, you need to, for consistency in applying logics, you need to format the date in consistent form. Look for the date range. Again, that's a typical data cleansing function in the data operations. Again, the phone number. If you're looking for some phone number, make sure you run some regular expressions to check the phone numbers in correct order, especially with the country codes and things like that. Check for outliers. I've seen in many dashboards where sometimes the outliers are neglected or they're not taken into account. The outliers are very important. They also carry some crucial information about the underlying business process. If you have integrated your Power BI, or if your organization is using Azure Data Factory, it actually comes up with some data profiling capabilities. So make use of that data profiling capability. Look, I'll stop here. If you have any other questions, put on the chat or put on the private chat, and then I would ask Sukas to actually ping me in the private chat if there's any questions. Moving on, the final aspects on the data management is the business glossary. I've seen people using layman terms or people misinterpreting some of the data because the business glossary is not properly defined or well understood within the organization. You need to use right business terms for consistency. So the business terms are very essential because it gives the shared understanding of the commonalities or assumptions and calculations and the definitions of that particular term across the organization. If you come up with a new term, obviously it dilutes that, and then people get misinterpret the data, and obviously your dashboard is not going to be used well. If possible, standardize all the metrics in your dashboard, which is a very crucial best practice. And the other one is understand the business context. If you don't understand the business context, obviously you will miss the whole point in terms of building the visualization. The typical example I can actually give you is if you look at that chart, it actually shows you, this is the transport data, where it actually shows you the number of trips taken by people per month. Okay, there's a downward trend that's going, that's fine. Again, I was having some conversation with some from two departments, one from the transport department and another from the roads department. Okay, and then they're actually showing two dashboards from them. Okay, one is looking at number of trips taken by buses, and the other ones are actually showing by number of trips taken by vehicles. Okay, and everyone was actually having a lot of conversations, and we could actually having a lot of discussion around some kind of a misinterpretation around, or some kind of inconsistency in terms of analyzing this data. And then one of the stakeholders actually asked, how do you define trips? So in the transport department, trips is defined as if you want to go from point A to point C via point B, it's considered as one trip. But in the roads department, the trips are defined as if you want to go from point A to point C via point B, it's considered as two trips, because A to B is one trip, B to C is two trips. So they're actually double dipping. Okay, so, and you're not comparing apples with apples here, so which fundamentally misses the point. So the business glossary is essential in terms of making sure that there's a common understanding among all the stakeholders. The best practice in terms of putting this business glossary is whenever you build a dashboard and you push it to the production or put it into Power BI service, ensure that the first page or the last page has some kind of a business glossary attached to it that has all the definitions of the terms that you use inside the dashboard. So this is very powerful. So this is the pretty good framework for understanding all the data management components. This is coming from the DAMA DM book, the data management book, body of knowledge. It talks about 12 different components and put in place in terms of trying to articulate what that means. So pretty much focusing on metadata, which gives you the meaning to the data, in terms of data security, which talks about the risk, and also in terms of data quality, which talks about the suitability or the fit for purpose of the data. Okay. So coming to the second part of the talk, which is about data aggregation. Most of the time, the Power BI gets hooked up to an online data source, which could be a SQL server or could be some kind of a database. But having said that, there is some problem with connecting to those things via ODBC connections. The reason is, if you want to automate the Power BI for a scheduled refresh, you need to create a Power BI gateway. And in many organizations, creating a Power BI gateway is a bit of a governance or a slow process, because ICT people get involved, or the admin people in the cloud team gets involved, and it is a bit of a laborious process. The best practice is to go with APIs. If you're using any kind of open data, make sure you have the full API with HTTPS and www appended to it. Otherwise, it won't drag. It will throw some errors. Power BI will throw some errors. Again, test the API using Postman if possible. And if you're using APIs, you don't need to create a Power BI gateway. Okay, when you go for an automated scheduled refresh, there's absolutely no need to no need to be dependent on your shared services. APIs will do the magic. Second best practice in terms of data aggregation is use derived tables wherever possible. If you're doing large compute on your visualization and gets pushed down, obviously it's a bad user experience because then your Power BI starts loading and it takes time. Okay, in that case, what you do is if you're talking about, let's say I'm talking about sales transaction for the last 10 years, you run some kind of scripts in your underlying database and you create a table for that. And that table is only get hit when Power BI refreshes the dashboard. Okay, and it's elegant. You already summarize the data, and you're only showing the summarized data to the users, which is one of the best practice I could recommend. This is very well known in the data warehousing community. But having said that, all this data lake concepts kind of polluted this kind of derived tables concept. But having said that, derived table is the must for ensuring seamless user experience in dashboards. And apply the right access control, which I already covered. The third aspect I want to cover in terms of data aggregation is push the compute wherever possible. In unavoidable circumstances, if you're unable to do derived tables, then what you can do is you can connect the Power BI using direct query mode so that you can do a lot of big data processing, either to any kind of cloud services or any kind of data lake platforms, or even to the ODBC or the database connections. You can actually push the compute down to the data layer. The main thing you need to consider is the compute cost. For example, if you connect Power BI with the Google's BigQuery, the moment you connect the direct query, it will scan. You will do a full scan, and for full scan is a pretty expensive operation in Google BigQuery if the underlying data lake the data set is not properly partitioned or clustered. Okay, so beware of this compute cost. And wherever possible, if you are buying Power BI Premium, obviously there is nice facility that Microsoft actually provides is in terms of caching of all those queries. So which is a good feature. If the same reports are accessed by multiple users, then you can actually cache the content. Okay. A little bit of data ops in terms of using Power BI. Create a super admin account, which I already covered in the earlier slides. This is very essential. In earlier days, when Power BI came out, this PBIX file is a binary file, a big binary file, and you can't apply the DevOps principles in terms of if you're trying to do some version controls and things like that. It's very hard. Having said that, Power BI actually introduced a new feature called deployment pipelines, which is essentially trying to do some data ops, make use of that capability, which is extremely useful if you're pushing multiple versions and you're iterating in the 2-week sprints with your dashboards. When it comes to scheduled refresh, make sure you put some emails so that you get alerted if there is any kind of failed operations. Okay, that's also a good practice, best practice. I have only two slides left, and this is pretty much on the data visualization. I've seen in my experience where when people see the data, the first thing they'll think about is line charts or bar charts or pie charts. Go and look at the data and then choose the right visualization for the right set of data. Look at whether this is a categorical data, it's a numerical data, it's a non-categorical data, or it's a binary data, and things like that. And apply a right visualization technique to visualize the data. Okay. There is a book by Cole. She's one of those people who worked in Google, and she's written a nice book on visualization, data visualization, which is a fantastic guide for applying right visualizations to the data. When you build dashboards, focus on the outcome. Focus on what the user will do by seeing this visualization. Okay. Otherwise, there is no point of building it. Otherwise, it becomes a static report. Okay. It should enable or trigger people to actually ask questions or enable them to make right decisions. So if you focus on that outcome, then building the right visualization will be easy. Another best practice in visualization: avoid too many filters, because people will choose last year, different year, and then try to compare. Then they will miss the plot. Too many filters will create chaos. Definitely won't simplify things. In terms of colors, color themes you use in Power BI, avoid doing red colors in maps. I've seen many developers using that. It's not a best practice. Don't do red colors, otherwise it'll be like too much red in probably use some shades, some dark color, but definitely not red colors in maps. Apply consistent colors across the dashboards. For example, if you're using a pink color for women, for female, and then blue color for male, make sure that same color theme is used consistently across all the reports in the dashboard, so that people can actually understand. Sometimes the style guides or the brand guidelines of an organization will dictate this. Again, make sure you comply and then work with the marketing team and then ensuring that gets translated into your dashboard. Apply conditional formatting. If you're showing some tables or data on the dashboard, the best use the conditional formatting, because people won't understand the concept unless you actually highlight something to them. Okay, so if there is something that they need to look into it, highlight in some kind of a green color or something, so that they'll pay attention to that, and then you pretty much, when you storytell using your visualization, they can actually point to that. And that's pretty much I've got. Thank you, everyone. If you got any questions, happy to take. If you put in some comments, otherwise over to Suhas and Kuparasu.
Yeah, thanks, Silva. Thanks for that session. And next up, we have Muralidharan Deenadayalan. Like, he'll be talking about how to develop Azure dashboards using Azure Monitor and KQL. So over to you, Murali.
Thanks, Sugas. Let me share my screen.
Sure.
Okay, so you are able to see my screen, Sugas?
Yeah, yes, Murali.
Yeah, thank you. So then let me start the slides. So you're able to see it now still?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm Muralidharan Deenadayalan. So I'm working as associate director in a company called Quanticate. So today we will be discussing about how to develop the Azure dashboards using the Azure Monitor service by using the KQL service, KQL query language developed by the Microsoft. So here is my Twitter and LinkedIn handler. So I'm writing the blogs on decodingfreaks.net. And let's start. Okay, so in today's agenda, we will be seeing what is Azure Monitor and how it works, and how we can configure the data sources for the Azure Monitor, and what is the KQL, and how to write the KQL queries. And we will see some of the syntax as well as the examples. Then we will create visualizations by using the KQL, and we'll create the dashboards by using the Azure dashboards by using the KQL results. And all these things we will see the demo. In addition to that, if we get time, then we can see something about the alerts, creating the alerts by using the KQL, as well as how we can fetch the data in Azure Sentinel, and how the KQL helps to identify some of the threat protection policies as well. Okay, so what is Azure Monitor services? So it is nothing but, so when you say it's a monitor, so we are going to monitor some of the data or an application or an services. That's it. So what are the things that we are going to monitor? So we are going to monitor the performance and the availability. So Azure Monitor services helps us to identify the performance and availability of an application as well as the services, either in the cloud as well as on the on-premises environment. So basically, it collects the data and analyzes it and creating the alerts on top of the results. So this the Azure Monitor services helps proactively identifies the issues, and if there is any dependency failures, so that also we can identify by using the Azure monitors. As I said, it supports both the cloud as well as on-premises environment. For the cloud, so it can directly easily integrated with the Azure Activity Services, whereas for the on-premises, we need to use some of the agents that we will be seeing it in the further slides. So when you look at the architecture of the Azure Monitor, so this is the architecture of it. On the left hand side, you can see the applications. So you can see the applications as well as the operating system, Azure resources, Azure subscription. These are the data sources from where you can collect the data for Azure Monitor. And you can see in the middle, so we have the metrics and logs. So we will be seeing what is metrics and logs. So all the data will be stored either in the form of metrics or in the form of logs. On out of these metrics and logs, we will be generating different kinds of insights, or we can use the visualization options to visualize what is the data, and we can analyze the data by using the metric analytics as well as the log analytics. Or if there is any data failures or any application is going beyond its threshold values, then we can use the respond option to alert the end user or the admin to make it proactively to fix the things. As well as we can do the auto scaling options. Even Kupuras, he said web application auto scaling. So even we can do by using the Azure Monitor services, we can scale up the application or even scale down the applications based on the performance. On Apart from this, still we can integrate the logs and metrics by using the logic apps or any other third-party API. So, for example, if you want to integrate with any of the Kibana or different reporting tools, still we can use it by using the integrate options. Or if you want to use the Power BI, we can use the Power BI on the visualization area. So let's see one by one on the further slides. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so when we look at it, there are two types of data that Azure Monitor will collect. So one is the metrics as well as the logs. So one more thing is the distributed traces. So these are the three types of data that Azure Monitor services will collect. So metrics, logs, and distributed traces. So metrics is nothing but all are the timestamp based values. So for example, for there is an CPU percentage at 10 o'clock. So and 12 o'clock, what is the percentage? So it will calculate based on the numeric value against with the each timestamp values. So these values can be identified by using the timestamp name and values, and we can have more than one labels. All these values are stored inside into the Azure Monitor service in a time series database. So that is the reason we can query the data based on the time series values rather than using in a different values. So we can use the time series databases. So we can use the Azure Metric Explorer to interactions, basically to do the interactive analysis by using the Azure Metric Explorer. And as these values are basically comes based on the timestamp with the numeric value, so we can use for the near real-time alerting. So whenever you do analyzing, almost everything is on the postmortem data. So it happened. So how we can prevent in the future instance. So that's what we will be doing. So here it is not in a real-time data analysis, but it is in a nearly real-time data analysis. So we can alert the users. So next one is the log metric log data. So the logs is nothing but then events that are occurred into the system. So this event, it is in a structured or in a semi-structured, or it can be in a JSON structured data. Basically, it just dumps a lot of text information into the system where we can query the data, the log informations, and we can see it. For example, if there is an oops error or an application instance not set on an instance, then it will logs all the stack trace informations, so that we can log into a log database. Then we can query it from the stack trace. We can identify from where the issue has been started and where it has been thrown the error. So all these informations can be analyzed by using the logs. So as metrics data can be explored by using the Metric Explorer, but in the logs can be explored by using the Azure Data Explorer. And the Azure Data Explorer, behind the scenes, it uses the custom query language, which is developed in the early of 2019. So, and it can be identified to identify the root cause of the issue. So that's what, when we discussed about the stack trace information, so we can identify from where the issue has been started and where it has thrown the error as well. So that this log information helps us more for the developer front end. So the distributed traces is nothing but the logs are when the event is occurred across in the different systems, and all the logs are dumped into a specific system. So then we can identify from which system has been giving the response very delayed or where is the failures happening. So that is the use of the distributed traces. So this should be enabled by using the application insights SDK. Okay. So now we will look about the Azure data sources. So we have seen the Azure the data sources in the left side, and the middle we saw the metric data type, and the right side we saw all the application inside, how to visualize and respond everything. So now let's focus on the sources, the data sources. To Azure data sources on the Azure platform itself, we can get the data sources from a different area. So one is the Azure tenant. So based on the each tenant, we can collect the data and we can store it in the Azure activity services, or else we can use the Azure AD as well to get the data. And even we can get all the Azure subscription informations, Azure resources, everything can be used as the data sources for the Azure monitors. Not only that, so if you have an operating system which is running on a Linux or on a Windows, which is not on a cloud machine, still we can use the Azure monitor services to collect the data and we can process it. So for this, we need to use some of the things called an agent. So I will be demonstrating that. We will be using some of the agent to collect, or basically it collects the data from that particular machine and sends the data to the Azure environment for the Azure monitor services. Even we can develop a .NET application or any other application that can send the Azure data or the log informations to the Azure monitor. That also can be used for the Azure monitors. And the custom sources, in the sense, we can develop for example, if an JavaScript applications you have developed, but you cannot use any of the SDK, so that time we can use the custom sources as we can call the API, Azure monitoring API, to send the log informations to the Azure monitor. Apart from this, we have the Azure Security Center and Azure Sentinel. So these are the other two products basically that is on the Microsoft Azure that can be also used as the data sources. So now let's talk about the how the Azure tenant or the Azure AD works. So basically, on whenever some person is logged into the Azure AD, or if you use in a Microsoft account and it is backed with the okay, if you are having the enterprise organization and you are backed with the Azure Active Directory, each and every sign-in logs can be generated and stored and can be used as the data sources. So if you use the event hub, that can be used to send the informations to the non-Azure destinations, as well as for the audit logs, and the logs can be used for the Azure monitor purposes. So the next one is the Azure subscription. So this one helps us to identify what are the services are running on a healthy basis, or is there is any bottleneck or any other services are down, that can be used on the service health. Activity log is nothing but whenever a person is enables or disables any property modifications or any updates happens into the Azure portal, that can be captured and can be used as the Azure data source for the Azure monitor. So the next one is on the operating system side. So this is when it says clearly says it's in a guest operating system. So that means it is not on the Azure side. So if you have a Windows application on an on-premises side, that can be used by using the diagnostic extension, or by using the log analytic agent that can generate the data that can be sent to the Azure monitor services. Okay, so when you say the next one is on the application code. So if you are developing in a .NET based web application or Windows application, so you can use the application insights or a SDK that can send the data into the Azure monitor services, and that can be also used for to monitor the performance of an application. So when I say the custom code, so if you are, as you said, if you are developing a JavaScript application or any other different application which doesn't support the Azure Monitor SDKs, then you can use the custom sources to develop and generate the code on the log information that can be sent to the Azure Monitor. Okay, so now we'll look at on the right side whatever we have it. So we'll see just a glance on that. On first, we'll be having something called insight. So insight is nothing but we'll be seeing the insight of the data. So it has a different insights. One is the application insight, container insights, and the VM insights. So when you say the application insight, so basically it uses to analyze the availability performance of the web applications, and it can be monitor both the cloud and the on-premises applications. And as we discussed earlier, so proactively identifies the issues before the end user reports. For example, if somebody is getting an yellow page error, and this information is logged into the system. So the developer or the DevOps user can create the alerts that can be notified the end user, or sorry, the developer. There is an issue has happened to the system with the all the log information, and the developer can fix it. So this is the structure of the Azure Application Insight. So wherever you can see the AI, it's nothing but the application insight on the web application or on any client application that supports the application insight SDK that can be used it, and you can integrate wherever that you want to integrate. So the alerts can be generated. We can visualize the data by using the Power BI. The Visual Studio, I will show you why it has it. So we have something called Visual Studio Insights. So we can basically we can get the log informations, and that can be used it to debug it. Basically, it's kind of a VDB file, so that can be viewing in the application insights. So this is the diagnostic search. So this one says if there is a lot of requests comes in and there is a lot of failures, or if there is a time delay, that can be latency issues that can be identified by using application insights for an web applications. Okay, so when we look at the next one is the container insights. The container is nothing but is there is any container based application, if you are developing like a Kubernetes services, that can be used it to monitor it. So even that can be generate the logs, and that can be analyzed by using the Azure Monitor. So this are also when there is if you have 6 containers and 2 containers always is busy, then we can see it why these 2 containers are always busy. Is there is any problem inside the processors or any services running inside the container, that can be fixed, or we can expand the resources according to the needs. So that can be used. So this is the container inside. So it says some of the information, so how it is healthy or what are the things are getting failed. Okay, so Azure Monitor the VM insights. So it's nothing but monitoring the virtual machines. So again, when we say the container insights is slightly different, whereas the virtual machine is slightly different. So the virtual machines also can generate the logs that can be used to analyze that data. Again, it supports both the on-premises as well as the cloud, or even if you are having services or the virtual machines running on a AWS or a Google Cloud, that can be also used it. Okay, so the next one is visualize. So we'll be seeing the dashboards. So it's nothing but the Azure dashboards and Power BI and the workbooks. So we'll see the dashboard. So this is the way how we can generate the Azure dashboards by using the KQL queries, and that can be displayed on the Azure dashboards as well. So we'll be seeing this demo how we will be creating the dashboards and linking with the KQL as well. So when you say the monitoring the workbook, so the Azure dashboard can be used just to collect the data from one or more resources, whereas the workbook provides a multiple way of collecting the data, and that can be rendered, and we can develop a high visualization by using the workbooks. The Power BI, so we can export the data, or there is a plugin which can connect the Azure Monitor and the Power BI, and we can pull that data automatically from the Azure Monitor, and the reports can be rendered using the Power BI. Okay, so the next one option is the respond. So we will be seeing it. So if there is a failure, or if there is a performance issues, we identify, we visualize this, what next. So we need to respond to the issue. So we have an option for the alerts or the auto scale. So alerts, it sends an email or an SMS or any push notifications based on the configurations to the users. Then they have to come back and they manually, or they have to tune the resources. But whereas the auto scale option, if there is a threshold values reached, then we can automatically do the auto scale. So that is the information is given. So proactively notifies on based on the critical condition. So that's what it says. So these are the different alerts that the system can be generated. So this is the auto scale. So here, if you look at the processor time is going greater than 80%, then go for the auto scaling. So this is the default capacity and how much I can go. So that's what it has been defined. So this is the auto scale options. Okay, so now let's see into the demo. So first, let me know if you're able to see my Chrome browser.
Okay, so I'm seeing your presentation.
Okay, so Let me share again. Sorry.
Sure.
Okay, I hope now you're able to see the Azure portal.
Yeah, yes, Murali.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we have a different option. So now we'll see the Azure monitor. So we'll go to the Azure monitor here. So here we have the activity logs is nothing but what happened to these services, and we have the alerts, metrics, logs, and service health. And we under the insights we have the application insights, virtual machine insights, and the container insights. Okay, there are other services that has been added frequently into the system. So we have the SQL insights also can be generated. If you are having the Azure key vaults, that can be also done by using the for the Azure monitors. Now we'll go back to the KQL. Okay, so the next one is the KQL. So it's nothing but the custom query language. So it can be used to query the metric values as well as the log values. And the ultimate part is it's in a read-only query. So you cannot do update or delete. It's just in a read-only queries. And this one is developed, the KQL is developed as part of the Azure Data Explorer. And there are a lot of SQL queries. Okay, the SQL queries that can be used inside the KQL. So basically, we need to start the query with the explain command. Then the SQL query can be translated into the KQL query and it will be executed. So the syntax is we have to first give the data table name, then we can have a multiple where clauses, then we can do the aggregates, projections. These are the ways where you need to do the after the table name from the second line, you have to go with the pipeline symbol. So that is the syntax. Okay, so here if you look at, I'm using a very simple select star from a heartbeat table. So this is one of the table that is predefined table to identify how the system performing. So if you want to select star from a table name, so that will be in the SQL service. On the KQL, just you can do the heartbeat and you do run, so you will get all the results. Okay, so here if you look at, so I have two different machines. So one is on the demo machines, another one is some other machine called a desktop. So I have used two different machines. The demo machine which is running on the Azure cloud, whereas the desktop is on my local machine, so which is on on premises, or it is not even the cloud. Okay. Okay, so this is the way where you can generate in a simple charts. So here I have used just developed in a bar chart. So where you can see I have applied the where clause where the time generated, that means the time generated is the column where I'm giving, so give me all the data which is generated just before 2 minutes. So this is the way where we can write the KQL queries, and we can get all the legends on what is the execution times and everything. So here, if you look at the display time, either you can view it in the UTC time format or in your local time zone. Okay, so if you want to render the table structure here, the query is slightly complicated. I have added more condition. So I'm selecting the data from the hotbit table, whereas the OS type is Windows, and I'm saying get the all the data. This the argmax is nothing but get the latest value by for this source computer ID. Okay, if you have 10 rows, then it takes the based on the source computer ID takes the latest value. That is the maximum value that it will take, and I'm sorting it based on the computer name, and I'm rendering as a table. When I say render the table, then I will get the data as the table format. If I put the render bar chart, then I will get the table, the values as the bar chart. Okay, so here if you this is the another query to just to identify all the available how much the virtual machine is available based on the resources. So that is the next query. So when we execute this query, this is the bar chart that is has been generated. So basically it gives me 30 minutes interval, then it gives me the data. So it gives me for me two types of data. So whereas you can see the orange bar is started from 1 a.m. till 4:30 a.m. and the blue one is that is the second machine where it's getting activated at 5 o'clock. Then we got the logs for that as well. Okay, let's see the how to execute the KQL queries. Okay, so okay, I'll go to the home. I'll just come in a safest way. So we have to go to the log analytic workspace. Unfortunately, I have configured everything before the demo. Otherwise, this configuration will take time. So we can go to the logs. So this is the KQL query editor. So yeah. Okay, so left side we can see all the tables. So here we can see the run button. So to execute the queries, then we can apply the date and time range, and that's what pretty much about it. So let me execute the first query. So I'll take okay, I'll just put heartbeat. I'll just execute. So it gives me the result. So it gives me all the results that is happened on the last 24 hours. If I want to see this data into a chart format, then I can just click the chart, then it can generate the chart. And we have an option for the formatting as well. So if you want to use the stacked column or the bar chart, still you can use it. So there are different types of charts that you can use it. Okay, so if you want to see the legends, you can apply the legends. Otherwise, you can just ignore the legends. So this is the very simplest query that can be executed. Let's go to the little complex query. So if you are not formatting it, the query, so then you have an option to format it here. Just click the format query, then the query can be formatted, and you have to select and execute. Otherwise, it won't get executed. So now we can see the other data based on the performance. Okay, so it says the alive is the system is running or not. So that gives me all the results, and based on which subscriptions, what is the system name, what is the heartbeat count, and everything it gives me. If I want to see this as in a chart, then I can click the chart, then I can see in the chart format. So this is in a column, stacked column. So if I want to use this stacked bar chart, I can use like this, or if I want to use a line chart, I can use this as well. Okay. Okay, so apart from this, if I want to see the details of each record, so you can have an arrow mark, just click, then it gives the all the details about this particular result, particular row. So basically, you can use it for the copy, and this data can be exported as in a different format. So when we use the export to Power BI, the mQuery format, so this data or the data informations will be exported and as for the Power BI, and that can be imported into the Power BI system. Okay. So this is the very simplest way of writing the KQL queries. There are other queries that you can use it. So you can see all the schema information, that is the table informations on the left side. So you can see the insight metrics table. It has all the insights about a particular virtual machines, and you can see what are the virtual machines are running. So if I just go and use, this is the easiest way of writing the query. So I'm just seeing all the informations on a 30 minutes. So only the demo machine is inactive, the other machine is not sending any informations. Okay, and this demo machine is in a virtual machines on the Azure environment. So that's what it has, only the demo machines. And my physical machine is, it will not be appeared here. That will be there in the insight metrics. So so here you can see both the machines are appearing, because this is the demo machine is the virtual machines. The other desktop is it's in a non-cloud machine, the real machines. So now let's come to the next one. It's nothing but generating the Azure dashboard. So there are two types of dashboards on the Azure. So one is the a private dashboard, and another one is the shared dashboard. So the shared dashboard is nothing but that can be used within the resource subscriptions based on the role-based access security. So you can define who can access the data or the dashboards. So private dashboard is nothing but it will be visible only to you. That is the major difference. Otherwise, the query execution, defining everything is the same. It is just based on the permissions levels. Now let's see how we can generate the simple dashboards. So I'll go to the query window. So I'll just take this. First, let's go and create a dashboard here. So I go here. So you can click the new dashboard. So I'll just click the blank dashboard. Here's your demo. Then I can just, okay, I can add tiles. So if I want to link any of the existing one, I can link it. So for the all resources, just display all the resources that are exist. I'm just adding it here just for the demo purpose. Then I just click save. So now we got the Azure demo as a private dashboard. If you want to make this as a shared dashboard, then you can just click the share options. Then it can be treated as a shared dashboard. So here you can see it says access can be determined based on the role-based access control. Okay, so let it publish. So now we'll come back to the KQL query. So we will take the insights as the one of the result side. So we'll take the chart. So we got some of the line chart, okay, or even a bar chart. Yeah, it's a bar chart. Okay, so we got some spikes, so we can use this. So I have executed the query. So now I want to display this information into the Azure dashboard. So then what I can do here is, so we have an option called the pin to dashboard. So you just click the pin to dashboard. It is asking whether what type of dashboard that you want to use, or you want to use use the existing one or create a new one. And still we can use an option private or shared. So I'm using the shared because already we shared the Azure dashboard. So I'm just clicking onto the Azure demo. I'm saying pin. It just takes a few seconds to pin it. Yeah, it says it's pinned successfully. I'm coming to the Azure dashboard. Let me refresh it. So now we got this. Yes, so we got these informations. If you want to change, or if you want to move the dashboard or the data into a different place, you can click the edit. Then you can do the drag and drop. You can move to the top. Okay, so if you want to, yes, then I can click save. If you want to apply any filters, or if you want to see the queries, then you can use this blade, or it opens the information, the logs blade, to remove or hide some of the information. So that can be used. So we can change the customize the data. So here we can override the informations, whether you want just for 30 minutes, then you want to display the time as local time zone, so we can get. So now it gives me the data for the last 30 minutes, then I can save it. So this is the way where we can generate the Azure dashboards. So let me just quickly show the alerts as well. So I'll come back to the query. So now you got the query, so it got executed. You want to alert the person or the alert some of the users, then you can use the new alert rule. Just click this. It will take you to another wizard. So then it triggers. So this is the resource or the data from where I can get the data. So it takes this, and this is the query that we have defined already. Okay, so this takes some. It takes from which kind of information that you want to use as a signal. So I'll be choosing, and you have to define what is the threshold value. So number of results. So just I'm just giving us a 10. So if the records reaches 10, then what happens is it triggers. So how much time that you want to evaluate? So every 30 minutes, 5 minutes you can give. Then you can see whenever count of results is in the log search query is last 5 minutes and the results is on 10, then this alert will execute. So I'm defining it. Then I have an action group. So we've got the alert triggered, but how do you want to inform the user? So we have to use the actions groups. So already I have defined the action groups to send an email as well as the SMS. So I can choose these options. So now I will name it. Then so the alerts is getting created. So we can see all the alerts here. So already I have 2 alerts defined. So now it will be the third one. So this is the two things. So it displays only the enabled one. I can go and choose display both. So now I have the other two alerts as well. Okay. So by this, I want to finish it. So we have the alerts as well. We have seen the alerts. And, yes, that's all. Sugar. So any other questions on this Azure Monitor services?
Um, no, like till now there are no questions. If you
Okay,
have any
thanks.
questions, guys, you can reach out to his Twitter handle. Like it's in the scroller like at Muralidharan Anand, and reach out to him
Yeah.
if you have any doubts. Yeah. Thanks, Murali. Thanks for your
Thank you,
session.
Sugars. Thank you.
Yeah,
Cheers. Bye.
yeah, bye. Okay, so next up we have Deepak. So he'll be talking about Azure functions. Okay, so we'll see what is that, and we'll explore Azure functions. So over to you, Deepak. I think you're on mute.
Oh yeah, hi. So can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, Deepak. Now it's good.
All right. So please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, yes, Deepak. We can able to see your screen.
Okay, thank you, Suhas. So hello everyone. So I welcome you all for this Global Azure 2021 virtual session. And in this session, we are going to explore serverless computing and how we can achieve it through a specific service from Azure called Azure Functions. So if you're someone who is entirely new to this serverless thing or new to Azure Functions, then I can assure you that you can really get a good idea about both the concepts. So I'm Deepak. I'm working as a software engineer at Kovai.co. So here's the agenda for today. So we'll see what serverless computing is all about, what are the characteristics that build up a serverless application, technologies that build up a serverless application, and with some real-time examples, of course. And we'll head towards Azure Functions, writing serverless scripts with it, with real-time examples, and finally have an overlook up to how to build serverless APIs and securing them with Azure Functions. So before seeing about serverless, I would like to just share with you all my my first serverless application that I built with Azure Function, back in 2020. So it's basically a requirement from one of the internal teams that manages customer license. So it's a timer trigger Azure function. So if you are someone who is not aware of timer trigger, or if you're not aware of Azure functions at all, then that's not a problem. That's what we are going to see today. Then this is a simple function. It runs every day once, and it checks for the customer's license. And if it is about to expire in a week, then we are going to send an email to the customer stating that your license is going to expire in a week, and please renew to keep the services going on. And also we have to send another email to to the licensing team um, after the customer's license has got expired, so that the licensing team can get back to the customers, and they ask for reasons or feedback, and they can try to renew, or they can just close the accounts. So this serverless app, this was my first app, and first, I got several options to do this. I got logic apps, I got web jobs, and several other tracks that I can use to build this. And I chose Azure Functions because that would have been a good learning for me, and that really helped me explore Azure Functions more as well. So now let's get back to basics. So serverless. Let's try to answer these three questions here. What is serverless? Why do we need serverless? And how can we build a serverless application? So let's see if we can answer these questions after the session. So first is, what is serverless computing all about? You can call it as a serverless architecture. Some call it as function as a service. Some call it as a backend as a service, and some call it as a combined version of them. So what is it? What is this serverless hype all about? So it is a cloud computing execution model where the cloud provider dynamically manages the allocation and the provisioning of servers. So it is actually serverless on a developer perspective. That's true, because we can, as a developer, you can call it as a serverless thing, but there are actual servers which exist which you no longer manage. So this is just, we can call it as the next level of platform as a service. So this allows you to focus more on your application logic, what critical problems you solve in the industry that your product is fitting in, and not spend a lot of time on infrastructure management. And since server provisioning management is all taken care by the service provider like Azure, you no longer have to worry about what's called scaling. So if you are to if you are running a site, shopping site, that's on a Black Friday, or that's on a an offer day, and there's a unexpected several viewers, and that the spike is very high. You don't have to bring up an expert team and sit up and provision servers, scale out and scale in and do all those stuff. And what you can simply do is you can just sit back and watch what Azure does it for you. So it's all about auto scaling. So there are several plans that come under Azure serverless subscriptions, and several plans that you can subscribe to, and everything is going to taken care by the service provider itself. So that's it. So the final point, that clearly says what you have to do. So you're going to bring your product faster to market, because you are going to focus only on your application logic, and you're not going to worry about all those infrastructure things and all those server management things. But still, if you ask me, if it is a no ops, if we're going to do nothing with serverless, that's not true, because that cannot exist. At some point of time, you will have to manage your own servers, because if there is something that you have no control on, then that is not possible. You can still to manage the maximum amount of scaling that can be done, and there are several types of configuration that you can do as well. But if you are someone who's getting into a simple product into production, and you just need to host it not on a web server, but just host it somewhere wherever the service provider provides, then serverless is a must go option. So I just tried to bring up some animation to bring up an event-driven serverless application. So let's assume you just have a home camera setup, and you just have tracking for the motion. The camera detects motion, and every time it detects motion, it just sends you an alert. Okay, so you just configured your own email address or your mobile number to send an SMS, or whatever the path that you mention in your code. So you just host your code in some web servers by buying some domains and web servers and things like that. You just host it in a server, and that works really good. And this setup is a completely very fine setup. So whenever when it detects a motion, and you just when that's a secret place, you just get the camera just sends you a trigger, and that for your particular code runs, and you will be getting an SMS. That works very fine. But what if there is no motion at all? So just imagine that, okay, you're not getting a motion at all detected for for more than a year or so. So this time, it's a 365 days of complete no trouble for you. There's no detection of any motion. But still, what is happening here? You are paying. That's true, because when you are hosting some servers, and then you're hosting some your files in the servers, then you obviously pay on a monthly basis, or even if you go for cloud computing, or even if you go for pay as you go, you just have to bring up some minimum base cost for operating the servers, right? So this is one disadvantage what we see in traditional computing. And next, how we can solve this in event-driven serverless application, like what's called a true serverless application. Like, okay, you have some files hosted, but it is going to be charged only when the motion is detected. So the motion cannot be detected at all, or it can be detected very few times, or it can be detected several amount of times. Whatever it is, you are going to only get paid for that time the particular function runs, on a second basis. So that is how Azure function and other serverless applications works. So there's the first step. The camera just triggers your function on motion detection. Function is nothing but the piece of code that you hosted on server, which you have no idea about. So the server and computer resources are allocated to you, and your particular project runs successfully now, and it executes and sends an alert to your house owner. So that can be whatever configuration you just make, email or whatever it is, you just get an alert finally. So just imagine how how easy it is for such applications. So, but still, when you comes to a complete serverless setup, then you will have to go through a certain characteristics and certain technologies that meet up a serverless setup. So first thing is, of course, we have, we would have got an idea about. So it's managing no servers. So that's true. We are going to manage servers, then your code is going to run. You have no idea where it is hosted, where it is, what type of resources are allocated to you, and how many, seconds that a particular function runs. You have no idea about it, but that's not a problem. It is going to work. So next one is event-driven scaling. That's true. So as I said earlier, when you have a lot of function, when you have a lot of spike in your particular website, then definitely have to scale, and all these service providers that do that for you. The next one is it's always highly available. Several serverless providers come up with a very good SLAs, and you can just host your you can just prepare your plan that you are to use, and it will be highly available all the time. The next one is true, no idle capacity. That's true, because okay, so you have some resources hosted in a web server, so you just have a particular amount of memory configured, and those kind of only very less amount of memories that is going to be allocated. So you just thought you're going to get a spike today, or you are going to get a spike in your website tomorrow, and in advanced way, that's you are a smart guy, you just bought a very big server plan. But that's not true here. Sometimes just imagine you're not going to get spike at all, but still you are going to pay for those idle capacity. That's not, that's a very big advantage here. You never have to pay the idle capacity, because your code is going to be hosted only with the required resources at that time of someone triggers a function, or triggers what's called an event-driven application. That's all about. Next one is true micro billing. So you are going to get paid not on a monthly basis, but just on whenever your function runs. The number of times your function gets executed, number of seconds your function runs on a second basis, and the number of scaling that happens based on the number of spike that happens. But still, when it comes to a complete serverless setup, so you just have a web application which is a complete serverless setup, and there is something that you should take upon. So serverless technologies must include two types. So for example that we saw just before, the camera example, we can just make use of a core technology called Azure Functions, which we are going to talk about in a few minutes. So you can just use these core technologies to achieve it. So there are other functions, for the first session that we saw today in this global Azure logic app session. That is one of the core technologies of serverless product, and we have several other products like Event Grid and things like that. But still, for a complete serverless technology, you just need to have a supporting technology as well. So let's see that in the upcoming examples, like how supporting technologies support your core technologies. So supporting technologies means these sub technologies does not satisfy all these 5 criteria. That's true, because for example, when you take Azure storage, or when you take a service bus and things like that, you will have to pay that's a minimum amount of payment on a monthly basis or things like that. So this is something not completely satisfying all these 5 characteristics. So here's a simple web application that I tried to develop to demonstrate it to you. There's a user and who there's a static website hosted in a static website, static Azure static website preview version that has been launched by Azure. So when the user tries to access it, then it is protected with an Azure AD authentication. So you will have to register yourself first of all before accessing all that Azure static app can provide for you. So once you successfully register, just log in with Azure AD account, you can just make use of those API calls. So you can just get method or post method or things like that. So for everything, for this complete setup, I had written no code. I just wrote code for Azure static web app. That's true, and because what I'm trying to say about no code is I have obviously written for static web app front end, and written serverless logics in the Azure functions. But what happens is I have no type of time that I've spent to provision servers and provision host my server in some web servers, and configure scaling and all those things. But still, here you can see the function, Azure function, is accessing a SQL database, and this is obviously a supporting technology for which you have to pay some base cost, unless it's a serverless SQL database. So this is a complete website setup which satisfies these two technologies. Now getting into straight, to Azure Functions, a complete event-driven serverless technology. So what is Azure Functions all about? And Azure Function is an event-driven serverless compute platform. So by the term event-driven, it is going to, by the term event-driven compute, it's going to compute on demand, or it's also called as a function as a service. So what does it compute? It is going to run your pieces of code that you just host there. That those are called actually functions here in Azure Functions, and that is going to run. You're going to run only on an event that has occurred. So it is going to run based on events. So you can write functions in your preferred language. You can just host it, and you have no idea where you're hosting it. No provisioning, no server management. It's going to scale automatically, and you're going to pay only when your code runs, only when your execution starts, and when based upon the seconds the code runs and everything. So when it comes to where is the server? No idea. How does it scale? No idea. So what are the server? What are the number of resources that are scaled out? We have no idea, but everything executes as per plan, and all we have to do is just write our business logic in the Azure function. So a few scenarios where Azure function best fits, you can just make use of serverless web APIs. In serverless web APIs, when you just host your Azure function, when you just host your web server in, when you host your files in a web server and just use some ASP.NET web APIs and just call them. And for those things, if we have a very small application, we can just straightly go for Azure function web APIs. So for small application, this is the best fit. And for large applications that maintain state, so Azure function doesn't maintain state. So it's when your function, when an event is triggered, it gets executed on the go. And when you try to call another function and you to maintain the state in your own function, that doesn't work here. So it is completely stateless. Serverless applications are stateless here. So when you have to go for state, that's an entirely different concept. So this matches for a very best matches for simple, not a big time consuming application. For small, really quick real time applications, then Azure function is a must go one. And second example can be a run scheduled task. So you may as I said in the example earlier that I just built a timer trigger function which executes every day. So things like that, you just have to run it every day, and that's going to run a maximum of 3 to 4 minutes. So for that, you can just make use of Azure function. And there are several types of triggers. You can these are just 2 to 3 examples, but there are several triggers that you can match upon. So one is when a new document is created in a database, you have to send a message to your warehouse. When a new image is added in blob storage, you have to resize the image and send it back. And when an order is queued in a service bus, you have to process them. There are several other scenarios where whatever the scenarios for whatever the events that Azure function currently provides. So you can just get back to the function and just look at what are all the triggers that Azure function provides. So here's a few types of triggers that I could try to collect here. So one is HTTP trigger, timer trigger, and queue storage, service bus queue and topic triggers, and blob storage, and event hub and event grid triggers. So now let's get to demo, and let's try to see some real-time examples how we can implement it. All right, so I have a resource group here in my Azure account. So here I have, let's try to create a new Azure function. All right, so let's try to give a function app a name. Let's call it, global Azure function test. Yes, it's available. Let's choose a runtime stack. I'll go with .NET for today's session. The next one is we have to give a storage account because Azure, just now I said we need some supporting technologies, and here for Azure function, it requires a storage account because function relies on storage account for managing triggers and logging function executions. So your storage account must be a general purpose storage account. There are several criteria that should match for a storage account. It should not be a blob only storage account. It should be a general purpose storage account that supports blob, queues, and tables. So if this storage account is deleted, then your app won't run. So this coordination with function app and the storage account it is a very high level of coordination between both these resources. So I'll stick to Windows and I'll stick to consumption plans. So consumption plans allows you to auto scale, and it's going to completely put your resources to 0 when there is no events triggered, and it has several other benefits, and also it has several limitations which you'll see in the further slides. So let me quickly create it. All right, guys. So for this particular demo, it's going to take more than 2 to 3 minutes for this to deploy. For considering time into consideration, I'm just I just already have deployed a function app. It's called Global Azure Function App. So let me just get into the Functions tab and let's see how we can add new functions straight away. So let's add a new function. And let's select all the templates that I just listed, and there are more than those that I showed in the slides. And let's go for a timer trigger for now as a first example. And let's just name it timer trigger. And this is something that you should specify at what time it should run. So this is a cron expression. So all these format follows seconds, minutes, hours, days, month, day of week to schedule. So this star indicates every time. So let's just keep everything star for now. Okay, so this means it's going to run every day of the week, every month, every day, every hour, every minute, and every second. So for each and every second, this Azure function is going to get executed automatically without any triggers that you manually make. So let's say let's keep it as 0 for now. This means the second is 0. Just look at the template here. The first one defines seconds. So if we just keep 0 here, this means now it's going to run every day, every hour, every minute, and at every minute it's going to start at 0th minute, 0th second. So it's not going to run every second. It's going to run every minute, and every minute the 0th second this function is going to be called. So just not confused, I'll just keep another example. So let's say 5 minutes. So this means it's going to run every day, every hour, and it's going to run 5 minutes. For every hour is going to start at 5. So for example, if now it's 10 a.m., it's going to start the function at 10:05. Next, it's going to start the function at 11:05. Next, it's going to start the function at 12:05. So what if you need to run this every 5 minutes and not just in 1 hour? You just don't want to run it in the 5th minute. You just want to run it every 5 minutes. So with that, you have to specify that you have to run every minute, and this is the star defines every 1 minute. So to configure a particular time, you can just make use of this /. So this means your function is going to run every day, every hour, and every 5 minutes. All right, so for this demo, we'll just stick to let's just start. Let's just configure to run this function up every 5 seconds. So let's get back to code and test, and where we are going to test this logs. Whether let's just check whether this works as per the configuration. And let's see whether this works every 5 seconds. So every 5 seconds this function is going to be called automatically. So let's see, it's 20th second now, and let's see it's 25th second now. It's going to call automatically, and 30th second. So now it works as expected. It's going to get called every 5 seconds. Now you don't have to worry about anything. Just focus on your function. So what do you have to do every 5th second when a function gets executed? That's all. That is all something that you should that you should care about actually. So let's now start writing some functions. I'll use Visual Studio for today. So let's create a new project. Okay, so I'll just search for functions. And this Azure function template, you can just make use of. Hit next. Let me name it Global Azure Demo. All right, so whatever we saw in the portal is the same that you're going to see here. That we just have to choose a runtime. Let me stick with the latest version, which is v3, and we have to choose a trigger. So let's choose HTTP for now. And to talk about storage emulator, so whatever we chose the storage account when we are deploying a new Azure function app. So this is just for an emulator that Azure SDK provides, that which you can use this for running locally without any pricing. And the function authorization level, let me keep it anonymous, and let me explain those function secure levels in the later slides. All right, so here's the boilerplate code for our first HTTP trigger. So it basically just as in C sharp, it basically means we have a HTTP trigger attribute which gets the payload in the first parameter, and we just have an ilogger interface just to log things to the app insights. So the first thing that we have is we're just going to log something. This string is going to be logged in when you try to run the function for the first time, and it tries to get the query from the query string. It tries to retrieve the key name, the value for the key name, and if we didn't pass it, it's going to try to get it through the body. It just assumes that we have sent it either through the query string or through the request body. And if it couldn't find anything, this is going to say us to pass a name, and if it finds a name, it's going to say hello. So let's just run this and check. So this provides us a function. So this is as this is a HTTP function. Then we have to call this. Let me call it. Here you can just look at the output. This HTTP triggered function executed successfully, and it asks us to pass a name or in the query string on the request body. So let's just try to pass a name here, and it works. It says hello. So our first function runs successfully. So whenever HTTP trigger happens, what do you have to do? What's your business logic? That is what you're going to write here. So you can just specify many other things. What this function is about is this function about getting a get method or a post method or both? And what is the authorization level for this function that you have set? You can just configure here as well. You can just set it anonymous or function. Don't worry about this. I'm just going to explain this to you in upcoming slides. And you can just route this. So the users have to call this function. You just saw it in the URL API/function1. So that is not something that is very technical. If you want something users to call like some other name, you can just specify it here in the route. And if you have to get some other path values, you can just get it here. So if you just call, for example, so now your function says that your function1 is no more there in the URL. You just use API/example, and this works. All right, so let's take one real-time example. Let's say you don't have anything. Let's say a business logic, like you have HTTP trigger. And when you get HTTP trigger, then you just have to do something. Let's say you have to send an email to some clients. So let's say you're going to get a HTTP request here, and I'm using both methods, but that's not a problem now. And what we're going to do is we're going to send an email. To send an email, there is a binding in Azure function that hassle-free, that makes us hassle-free. We can easily do that. So let me just use that one. Okay, let me just use my email ID. All right. So yes. So before this, we'll have to install the SendGrid related NuGet packages. So let me quickly do that. It's just a matter of installing. So all you have to do is get to manage NuGet packages for solution for now, and you just have to browse for SendGrid. And you have this. You have to install this for your particular project. Okay. All right. So you have to use the particular class. So we're going to use a next one called binding. Let's see what binding is in a few minutes. So we have to bind something. So now we have to send a message to SendGrid. We have to send an email. So for that, Azure Function provides a binding for SendGrid. It's a default. It's something that Azure Function directly provides you. So let's just use that binding for now. So here in this, in the SendGrid, all you have to do is pass a parameter that SendGrid accepts, which is an API key. Okay, so you have to use an out parameter and you have to send. All right, so for this particular binding, you have to use another extension in SendGrid. All right, so we have to specify an API key here. So let me do that as a final step. So let me just put the recipient address and let me start sending this. Let's add a to address. Let me add my another address. All right. Let us set a subject for this particular email. Let's say it's coming from Global Azure, and let's try the final message. Testing email from the session. Okay. Believe this should work. So it's name. All right, so we have set everything, and only one thing that we have to do is set the API key. So where we are going to do that, we can just use something called local settings.json. So this is something which will not be available in in your Azure portal, but there is another concept called application settings, which will be available in live. And here, you're just going to have local settings. Let me just use this, and let's explain this when I publish this function to Azure directly. Let me quickly stop my screen and just I'm just going to add my personal SendGrid API key. So here, your API should go. So if you can't see my screen, then please let me know. So I've just added my SendGrid API key, and the key name is SendGrid API key. So let's now try to run this and check if this works as expected. All right, so we have to call our function for the first time to get this executed. This runs, and let's check if we get any email. So as you can see, I just got an email coming from Azure, Global Azure as a subject, and testing email from the session. So this works as expected. So when you just, it's just a very small real-time example where which you can make use of to trigger a HTTP trigger function, and you can just make your business logic. And I'm just using a simple business logic of just sending an email. So next thing is, I just try to explain what is this called. This part is called, is the output binding. So what is output binding? Or first of all, what is binding? So binding is, a concept in so binding is a concept in Azure function that provides you to declaratively connect two resources. So one is obviously your Azure function, and next one is any other supported resources that Azure function provides. So it can be a storage queue, it can be a service bus queue, service bus topic, it can be an event grid, or and these are some examples of input and output binding. So there are two types of binding. So send grid is basically an output binding. So just to see what are the things that Azure provides as bindings, you can just get back to the air support link, where you can see the types of triggers and types of input and output bindings that they provide. So you can just, all these are just for you to make connection between resources very easily, and just focus on your logic of what you have to write. So for example, you can just make use of um, just have your blob has a new image added. So at that time you have to send an email that there's a new thing that has happened. So when a new message, service bus message comes for you, then you have to take that process order and send an email that your particular order has been dispatched, and things like that. For how easy you can do. Or if these bindings are not available, you will have to write your own connection string, write that particular code to connect your Azure function with a particular resource, and then you will have to do all those connection processing. So just for for time saving, I'm just going to create a new um, a new function called let's say a blob trigger. Let's just make use of it for now. So let me add a new function. Let us just set up a new blob trigger. So whenever a new blob is uploaded, you just get a notification. So I've set up a blob trigger, and let me just name it as Azure example blob. All right, so here is a path that you should give, and you should give your container name, and you should give your blob name that is going to be tracked dynamically. For dynamic tracking, you just give curly braces. Okay, so let me give my container name. Let me give it appointment. So this is my container name basically. Appointments, and let me put this name variable which is going to be dynamically tracked. Here is my particular container which I have backup appointments. All right, so let me quickly add this. And here you can see the storage account connection. So Azure Observed Storage is something which your particular function app uses that we configured when we try to create a new resource. So this is not applicable here. We have to give our own particular storage account details. Let me give my own storage account connection, and let me add it. And that's it. You don't have to write any part of code to just set up your Azure function with blob triggers, events, and things like that. So just to quickly check whether this works, you have to go to the configuration section here in settings, where I just defined something called local settings.json in the local file. So this is something which will not be available here in Azure portal. What in replacement is available is app settings. So here we can just see, and we have our storage account, blob storage accounts, connection strings stored automatically. So if you're working in local, you have to give these details in your local settings.json file. So that's done. So let's just quickly try to run this example. Let's see if it works. So let me just try to add a new blob here. Let me try to upload a new blob. So let me upload one file here. So if everything works fine, when I upload a blob, this should be tracked here by this Azure function. Okay, this detected fine. So here there is a reason new blob detected, and it's just when you run this function, it's going to say you this log information, blob name, and the size, whichever we have written this inside this function. So this is all about binding. So you can just have input binding, which we just got now. So input binding gets the details of whatever the event happened. So a blob uploaded. So what is the blob? What is the name? And all those things. When it's output binding, that's SYNGRED, which we just saw in our local settings, and that's about just it just takes care of completing the function by sending some output events. So let's finally close this session by just publishing this function to Azure. How do you publish? This is the real time working. So we just stick to something like what we had earlier. Let's just have our own basic HTTP trigger. And finally, let's hit publish. You select your project and hit publish. Okay. So here you have to choose your resource group in which your function app relies. So I will choose one function that I have. So it's all straightforward approach, and this check mark shows you have to run this particular function through package. That's a recommended one for better performance. So now everything is fine. So if you wish that you have something like in your local app settings and you need that to be there in your app settings in Azure portal. So now you'll be having those in local settings. So if you just need to add those, you will have to manually add, because this will, due to some security reasons, that you might have very important secret credentials in your local settings. Azure will not add this automatically. All we have to do is you will have to manually add these by clicking this option. So as of now, I just have nothing here in the local settings. Let me just hit publish. So this takes a while to publish, and let's just check this whether this works in the live URL. And before that, let's see how we can secure functions. That's just by not through demo, but just by experimenting this. So first one is key management. So as I said earlier, we have something called keys, and we set the authorization level to anonymous when we created a new function. So I have my function app here. Let me just add a simple HTTP trigger, and let me set the authorization level to function and not anonymous now. All right, so now your function would have got a key that you should use and that you can share with whoever is applicable to use this particular function. So you can just get the function URL and you can just try to run this up. You can see along with your function, you just see some code. So this is called a function level of authorization. So function gives you a particular code which you can run, which you can create your own code as well by getting the function keys section. You just go to the function keys and set your own code. So this is one level of authorization that you can make. The next level of authorization is a function app can contain as many functions as it wants. So if you have to set a particular API key and share it with your internal members, or to access all the function API calls, then you can just go to app keys and you can just set one host key there, and you can just share it with your internal members. So next one is API management. So API management is just another level of exposing your API. So let's say you have some Azure functions, like you have to get products from your DB, you have to send the review details, you have to send you have to post some new product to your database from the merchants. You have several serverless web APIs available in your function. Let's assume that particular example. Let's say you will have to manage them. So for this, you can just straightly go for another service in Azure called Azure API Management, where you can straight away do this. And let me I already have the resource created. So if you don't have a resource, you can just create a new Azure API Management resource. So here you have to head back to the APIs. And here you just have an option to create a resource from another resource. Let me choose function app. And you can just browse for your particular function. And let's see if we have our function deployed here. So it should have deployed as of now. So it's successfully published now. All right, so let us choose the particular function HTTP trigger. and this is the base URL which you're going to call. So this is no more the URL that you used to call, for the function that we used in our normal test methods here in the new tabs. All right, so let's create it. And here, what you had function keys in your Azure function, here you have several other methods, not only just one or two. You have something called subscriptions. You have something called as JWT token level of authorization with Azure AD, and there are several levels of authorization that in which you can expose your API very securely. So let me just just go to settings section and just check whether the subscription level authorization is declared. So this is checked, and this should be checked to ask users for subscription whenever your function is being called. So let's just test it right away here. So we just send a get method here, and we can just test it right inside Azure API management. So here you can see this is your new function URL, which says your particular function name is there at the last, and your function app is there at the preceding, at the prefixing one. Let's just send it now. And this works just because you have passed your own subscription key. So subscription details are found inside subscriptions, where you can add several subscriptions and pass several things. You can just organize them. Just this particular function should be given to only your internal members, and another type of function should be given to public. You can just define several types of subscriptions here. And the final thing is here is the API management. Sorry, Azure Key Vault section. So I just have the global Azure Key Vault. So this is another service. So let's assume you have several function apps, several other Azure web apps, and several other resources that you have to configure the connection strings in the app settings section, like we just did for our storage blob connection string. You have to store several connection string in their particular source application settings. So to do that, to avoid that, you can just use a common area, like just like your wallet. You can just use this particular service where you can just store your certificates. You can just store your any kind of passwords that you have. So if you have something called secrets, you can just hit that. And for example, we just used a SendGrid API in the local settings.json. So if you wish to keep it in the wallet, in your key vault, you can just keep it here. You just name it here, and you can just save the secret here. As soon as you create your secret, that will be created here. And just one thing that you have to do in your Azure function, if, for example, your Azure function should pick the particular key value pair from Azure Key Vault and not from your app settings. To do that, all you have to do is just hit back to the configuration section, identity section, and you have to just turn on this system assigned managed entity. So this will create a principal for you, and you have to authorize them in the Azure world. So if you just save, it's going to ask you that it is going to register your particular function with the Azure Active Directory, and which you have to authorize then. So all right, so after you did that system assigned managed entity, you have to get back to what's called access policies, and you have to just create a new policy just to access that. You have to create an access policy, and you have to select this. Now, as you have created a new system as a managed entity, that would have been appeared here when you click this, and you can just set from there. You can just you have secured your connection string and API details, everything in a common vault. Yeah, guys, so that's it about Azure Functions. So we just saw what is serverless. We just traveled through several examples. We just entered into Azure Functions, and I hope you would have got a really good idea. Even if you are someone who was starting with basics of serverless and Azure Functions, you definitely would have got a basic idea of what Azure Functions and how serverless things work. So just taking time into consideration, I believe I have I'm running out of time here. So if you have any questions regarding the session, you can just shoot it out in the live chat, and I'll be ready to help there. I'll be hanging around there in the live chat. I'll be ready to help. So thanks for joining. And if you have any other doubts, you can just ping me anytime in the Twitter. You can just access the Twitter ID, and you can just ask me any doubts. So special thanks to the organizing team for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Suhas. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Deepak. And you have an interesting question in the chat. Like you can go to the live chat and you can reply to Karthik. Like he's asking about
sure.
durable functions. Maybe you can just give a introduction in the chat for it.
Yeah, sure. So Azure function is stateless, and Azure durable function is stateful. Then let me just let's not waste time. Let's give breathing time to the next person. I'll just get back to you, Karthik, in the live chat.
Yeah, thanks, Deepak.
Thank you, Suhas.
Uh,
Thank you.
and next up, we have Elil. She'll be talking about enterprise integration using Microsoft Azure. So over to you, Elil.
Thank you, Sahas. Um, Very warm welcome to all of you joining me today. Let me share my screen and let's get started from there. I hope you all can see my screen now.
Yes, Elil.
Yeah, that's great. So today we are going to talk about event-driven integration apps on Azure. I, being the product consultant of Serverless 360, a product built to support the operations and support team who are working on Azure integration apps, I get the opportunity to interact with Azure consultants and Azure integration architects across the world who build really intelligent and smart event-driven integration apps for their enterprises. So I'm here to share this learning with you all to understand what is the industry transformation is heading towards and how we have to gear up ourselves to stay connected. Why these event-driven integrations are getting so popular? So, as we observe in enterprise domains, like it could be banking, insurance, or retail, logistics, whatnot, every single industry is heading towards end cloud adoption at an massive race. Here we have also observed that industries are more interested in building real-time reactive applications more than an application um, which is less reactive to the changes that we anticipate. Here are four key reasons why we have observed industries adapting to event-driven integrations. And in this presentation, we are going to justify these 4 points with the services that are offered by Azure. So APIs are relying on situational data. I want the information more current. There is an huge demand for real-time information. So consider this present scenario. This COVID situation is something which we did not anticipate, but businesses has to adapt to this situation. So there could be a spike in the demands, or there could be no show ups at all for my business. So I have to find the right way to manage this. So that is where this cloud adoption can help us. That is where serverless integrations and event-driven approach can be of great benefit. So this event-driven approach is relatively cheaper and more efficient than polling. Imagine I have an business application which is expected to serve each of the new orders that get into my website. Irrespective of whether I have got any new orders or not, if I expect my business application to keep looking for any new orders, does this sound to be an efficient solution? Instead, I bring in an event driven approach. Whenever there is an new order coming in, I want my business application to get triggered only when there is a new order coming in and then process it. Because in serverless era, in the serverless architectures, I'm going to pay only for what I am going to use. So instead of triggering my business application, irrespective of whether the order has come or not, let me restrict the trigger only in case of new booking arriving. So this indeed turns out to be a much cheaper and more efficient way of implementing my application. And last but not the least, flexibility and scalability. So the term flexible, when I built my application as an event-driven integration, I completely decouple the various components that are involved in it. Say the order receiver is completely decoupled from my order processor. So at later point in time, when my business demands me to bring in an upgrade or updation in my order processing sequence, I can independently work on the order processing component without affecting my order receiving website. So this way I get a better flexibility on my overall integration application. And it's seamlessly scalable when I adapt to the event-driven architecture. So before we start looking in deeper into the various services that Azure offers, let us get our basics right by understanding certain basics about the events. What are the different types of events that businesses deal with day in and day out? So we can broadly classify them as a discrete events and series events. So when I say discrete events, these are significant standalone events. So say Deepak was just showing a demo. There is a storage blob in which there is a new file gets created and my Azure function automatically started showing up. There was a new file detected. Yes. So this new file is created. The event that triggers my function app is an discrete event. It's significant. It's standalone. All that it says is a file is created in a directory. That's it. So, what are these series events? These are time based events and they acquire significance when they are looked in the context. Same when when I am monitoring the temperature of a room based on which my air conditioner's temperature should be controlled. So the decision has to be taken based on the series of events that has been occurred over a period of time. So when I detect that the temperature has gone down, how do I make that decision? By comparing the current temperature against the temperature for the last 15 minutes. So this events will make sense only when I look at it from a context. Temperature variation in a room over a period of time is a good example for that. So these are two main types of events. So understanding these is critical because we are going to use various different services from Azure to deal with the different types of events. So let us now get a bit deeper into the how events are playing a critical role in businesses. There are two terminologies here, event driven and event sourcing. So this goes in mapping with the previous slide that we talked about, the types of events. So what are discrete events and series events? So event driven approach, event notifications or event driven. It broadcasts announcements about various state changes and it's completely decoupled. So for example, a file is getting created is an event notification. So all that I am concerned about here is whether the action has happened or not, whether the state has changed or not. Whereas event sourcing is significant and needs to be persistent. That is, every event that is handled in event sourcing is significant. I have information in it. Let us understand this much better with a real-time example that I'm going to cite in the upcoming slides. So I have information about the temperature of the room, the time, the instrument with which it has been measured. So this event is going to have significant details in it, which needs to be persisted for my further operations. And it also has a replaying capability because this event has information in it which is needed for my business. I'm going to persist them, and if required, I need the capability to replay them. So auditing is a very good example. So over a period of time, I have captured all the details. Say for example, in my Azure subscription, there are a number of operations that are being carried out by various team members of my organization. And I have an auditing system that is capturing every action that is being executed by who did it, what was action, and when does it happen. So all these information are completely audited. And I need these events to be persisted, and if required, I want them to be replayed for taking any business decisions. So that is another example of event sourcing. So in this scenario, what you see here, This scenario involves both event sourcing and event notification. Let's understand them here. So here is a scenario wherein I have an event hub. Event hub is one of the Azure service that is critical when I am dealing with event sourcing. So what is this event hub capable of? It can ingest millions of events per second. So let us imagine an real-time scenario here. Say I have an way. As you know, in countries like UK, every vehicle is being monitored. It's under the surveillance. So they have a tag deployed to it, and every speed of the vehicle, the drivers, how efficient the driver is, are they adhering to the rules in the traffic defined by the traffic system. So all these are completely being monitored. So in this case, the system is going to handle millions of events per second because there are millions of vehicles running around in the city. So those millions of events can be efficiently ingested with the help of event hubs. So, and these events are not just notifications, these are event sources which has information about the driver, the car, the speed, its license, every single information is being captured. So these events can be ingested with the help of event hubs, which is an a serverless service offered by Microsoft Azure. And so here there is a need for triggering the Azure Function app whenever there is an abnormality detected. Say if the vehicle has crossed a speed limit. Say on the bridge the speed limit is set to 50, but I find the vehicle that's going way beyond 50. Then I need to issue an uh, take necessary action against this vehicle driver. So in this case, there needs to be a trigger that triggers my Azure Function app. So here needs a notification. Whenever the speed limit has gone beyond the stipulated limit, I need an event notification to be triggered to my function app, which takes care of further processing or dealing with this case. So here I bring in an event notification handler and event grid, which is capable of notifying the function app whenever there is an event that has been found. So meanwhile, we also found that there is a necessity for me to persist the event that are handled by my event source, right? So this event hub also has an capability called capture. Just by turning on capture in an event hub, you can associate a storage blob and persist all the events that are getting into my event hub. So as you observe, we should be lucky to be in this era of the building applications. So imagine the complexity of the application that we are dealing with. Millions of events per second. And in case if you are expected to build an system from the scratch which is capable of handling these millions of events, it's going to be a nightmare. Like, so there are a number of factors that I need to consider. I need to dedicatedly assign and server of the highest capability to get all this done. But with the cloud adoption or with Microsoft Azure services in place, it has been simplified to an extent that I just log into the Azure portal, create an event hub, turn on the capture capability, and that is it. Now I am all set to receive millions of events per second with the guaranteed reliability on that. So that is the significance of these services. So reliability and performance, you get sub-second end-to-end latency in the 99th percentile, which means it's near real time. Every second, it is capable of ingesting millions of events per second per region. It's a massive scale out when comparing to the requirement of my real-time scenarios, and 24-hour retry with exponential backup for events not delivered. So when we are dealing with business critical events like this, it is also necessary for me to have an high reliability, right? So how does these services ensure reliability? They have an 24-hour retry policy with exponential backoff. So if an event is not delivered at this point in time, it's going to be retried, and it's exponentially retried. So you can be assured that your events will be delivered to the destination. If not, also they have an capability called dead lettering. So with the dead lettering, through your manual intervention, we can set things all right if there is any failure, which I will show you as we proceed further. So in this session, we are going to deal with the three significant messaging services: Azure Service Bus, Azure Event Hubs, and Azure Event Grid. So Azure Service Bus is an messaging service. It is critical to understand the difference between the messages and events. And even in the message events, we need to understand the difference between discrete events and mm, the series events. So every service has a significant role to play in depending on the messages or events that we are dealing with. So when you are dealing with a message, for example, I'm doing an online shopping. I select my item, I put in my shipping details, and submit the order. What happens in the background at this stage is a message gets compiled which has all my order information, and it gets into a messaging service like Azure Service Bus. And we just saw an example of handling series of events with the help of Azure Event Hubs, especially in case of telemetry streamings. And when I'm dealing with the discrete events, like a file has got created, a message, a new order has arrived in your service bus, in fact, event grid can come into picture to connect or create an event-driven scenario in between a number of Azure services, the Azure offered services. So it can build reactive push model event handling applications. So these are the three critical messaging services that we need to understand, along with the clear distinction between when are they being used. So now let me introduce you to an scenario which I came across for an a huge enterprise partner of ours, and which is quite interesting, that helps you understand these criticality of these event-driven architecture. So this particular customer belongs to a logistics domain wherein they have an fleet to be managed. And interestingly, their fleet is spread across the world. They have different kind of shipments that is being carried out by them. It's one of the largest shipping enterprises in the world, and they need to deal with their fleets across the world. So, what they are trying to visualize is they need one interface in which they get a real time view of all their fleets along with what is their fuel condition right now, and when is it expected to arrive, what is it carrying, and who are all the members in it, what is their level of efficiency. So all these business critical information need to be brought into one dashboard, along with an assurance for scaling, flexibility, reliability, and they want this information to be near real time. So here is where there was a need to define and design and fleet management solution, and with the help of Microsoft Azure offered integration services, we were able to efficiently get this done. So we put in an event hub that is capable of ingesting stream of telematic data from the devices that has been installed on the fleets that are across the world. And this event hub ingests the telematic information which are being captured into the storage account. As and when the information is getting captured, it also emits an event to my event grid service. So this event grid service is expected to connect to my to their on-premise business solution. So here, this customer, which is the case with many of the enterprises across the world, are not completely moving into the cloud. So they want to retain their core business logic still in their primitive classic on-premise solution, and they want to offload the complexities by consuming reliable Azure's offered integration services. So how do I bridge these two? So therein there was a requirement to expose the on-premise application to the cloud. So that is where a component called a Relay, Azure Relay, came into picture. This relay can help us expose my on-premise application through the cloud to the cloud through an endpoint. So that endpoint is connected to my event grid. So whenever there are a considerable amount of events that are ingested to by the event hub, it just triggers a notification to my event grid, and this event grid triggers my business application for processing the information. So the information is available in the storage blob, which the on-premise application will pick it up and then process. So imagine getting this done without an Azure offered integration services. It's quite impossible. But with the availability of Azure integration solutions, it has been quite simplified. So let us quickly see how these resources look like in the Azure portal and how to manage them in real time. So I'm taking you to the Azure portal. So here are the set of resources that we created for this particular integration. So here is an event hub. So event hubs and service bus queues and topics will be contained within namespaces. So here is my event hub namespace within which I have my event hub. So as we end up into any resource in an Azure portal, we are presented with a dashboard which contains a number of which gives me an insight on how this resource has been performing. So in the last 1 hour, this has ingested 1.7k events. So the around close to 1,000 events have been pushed into it, and there are no server errors or user errors or no throttled requests. So all the 1,000 requests has been successfully ingested. And in fact, this event hub is capable of ingesting millions of events. So every event hub, as we create, we can define the message retention. That is how long the message that is being ingested should be retained within the associated storage blob, and what is its a partition count that it is expected to have. These are properties that you can define as you create a new event hub. So these are the two properties, and it is also possible to enable or disable the capture feature on it. So this capture is not available in the basic tier. However, we can upgrade your namespace at any point in time to avail this. So what is this feature significant about? When you enable capture on an event hub, every event that is being ingested by the event hub can be retained in the associated storage block. It can be captured into an associated storage account block, which can be used by your applications for further processing at later point in time. So this is with respect to my event hub. So this event hub can be connected to the devices in the telematic devices that are deployed to push the events to the event hub namespace. So what next is how do I combine my event grid? So next is I need to trigger my event, send a notification to my event grid, and this event grid should further notify my relay, which is connected to my on-premise application. So every event grid will have an event subscription, that is, which could be your relay endpoint, and it will have a topic which can be connected to my event hub. So the event hub topic will be event grid topic will be triggered with the event notification from the event hub, and the event subscription will connect to my relay endpoint, which will push the notification to the endpoint to trigger the on-premise solution. So even the event grid is associated with a number of metrics that will help me understand how efficiently this has been working. You have something called published events, which says number of events that has been published to this subscription, failed events, matched events, delivered, and dead lettered events. So this dead lettering is what I was talking about. So in case if an event cannot be delivered to the target destination at this point in time, what happens to it? It gets dead lettered, which can be further processed at later point in time. It is captured in an storage blob associated with this event grid topic, and you can process them at later point in time. So situations like this is where enterprises look for a tool like serverless 360. So we just saw the list of resources that we have created to fulfill this business application, right? So you are presented with the logic app, the database, all that are involved in this business application, and along with the other uh, created resources like API connection. Say when I define my logic app to connect to my service bus queue, implicitly I create an API connection. So that is all is what created here. So to get a better picture of it, let me show you the same application in serverless 360. So these are the resources that are being placed there. So this is the event hub we just saw, the availability processor, the event, the vehicle availability processor subscription. Here is a relay, and this is a blob into which the event hub will capture the event, and this event grid is associated with the storage blob in which we can process its dead lettered events. So if I get into an event grid subscription and try to process the event dead letters in it, you will it will list me all those events which were failed to be transmitted to my destination. It's just an so this will contain the details of when was this event triggered, what is the type of it, what is the data version, metadata version, and the details about the events. Why did it get lettered? All these reasons will get captured here. So the point I would like to highlight here is these Azure offered services are reliable. That is, you we just saw that Event Hub has processed 100% of the events that has been ingested by it. Even in case if there is a failure, you have a destination wherein your dead lettered events are captured. So if I am working on the new bookings in my application. So I have an service bus queue and I need to process all the incoming orders into it. So it is possible for me to integrate a logic app with a service bus queue and pick up the orders and process them. What if my logic app was down for some time and it failed to receive the messages? The messages will get piled up in your dead letter queue, which you can use which you can manage using a tool like serverless 360, wherein you can manage the resources to get the dead lettered messages and then process them and get your business going. So it is also critical we need to understand the significance of event driven approach. I'll also show you another demo wherein say this is a scenario wherein I process my new booking. Say I have incoming orders which are being processed by my logic app. There is a drawback in this particular architecture. I'll show you what. So let us get into this particular logic app and try to understand its implementation. So as you see here, this logic app gets triggered when a message is received in the queue. But so this sound like whenever a message is coming into the queue, this is going to get triggered. But here, as you see, there is an time interval at which this logic app is expected to ping the service bus queue to check for any new messages. So how often do you want to check? It's 1 minute. Imagine every 1 minute, this logic app is looking for new messages in my service bus queue, which is an polling type of application. That is, every 1 minute, this logic app is expected to execute a run. It will hit the service bus queue to check whether any new message has come or not. So if I want to bring in an event driven approach into it to make it more efficient, what I should do is I will have to modify this architecture a bit. So in the best interest of time, I created the resources little prior so that I can show you the scenario. So what we need to note here is the namespace that you create for this event driven approach should be an premium namespace if you want to make use of the event support on it. If not, you can create an event grid separately and bind that. That is also possible. So here I have created a service bus namespace and a queue within it. So here, as you see, there is an option called events. So my expectation is to bind and logic app with this, right? So let me quickly create an logic app as well within this particular within the same resource group. Let me add an logic app within it. And simple logic app, let me keep it really simple. Let me choose the GAB 2021 resource group. I created all other resources in and keep it Southeast Asia. I'm not enabling integration. I do not want it to be an ISE environment, which is an integration service environment. And log analytics is also I'm choosing not to enable as of now. And I create it. Yes, so this as this deployment is in progress. Yeah, deployment succeeded. So let's keep it really simple. Okay, so in the best interest of time, yeah, when a HTTP request is received. So what I can do is I can trigger an event from the namespace. So what actually happens underneath is whenever an event subscription is created on the service bus namespace that we created, I can associate an subscription here and an topic to which the topic will receive the trigger and it will pass it on to the subscription. Hence, my logic app will now get triggered whenever there is an whenever there is a new message that comes into my application. So I no longer need to let my logic app keep looking for messages in my service bus queue. Instead, I'm building a push application. So this is what this event can make it happen. Instead of my Logic app, keep looking for messages that will get a notification or trigger whenever there is a new message coming. Okay, here are a few updates into the event grid architecture. So some worth mentioning are it is now geo disaster recovery capable, and we have got new resource type called event domains, which can help you create 100k topics per domain. And there was a limitation on the size of the events earlier, which was 64 bytes, but now you can send an event of size 1 MB. So I hope this would have helped you and to get a trigger on understanding these event-driven integration apps in importance and business. And I leave it to you to explore further. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lil. Thanks for your session.
Thanks, Suhas.
Yeah. Uh, okay, so I think it's going to be last session for the day, and the last session is by Sivaramakrishnan. So he's going to talk about learn 5 tips how to reduce cost with Azure virtual machines. So over to you, Sivaramakrishnan.
Yeah, thank you, Suhas. Hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes, Siva.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, hi all, good afternoon. Myself, Sivaramakrishnan, I'm working as a senior support engineer at Kovi.co. Yeah, so here I'm there to share 5 major tips to reduce the cost with Azure virtual machines. So, at the initial time, also like we have spent a lot of money in the virtual machine configurations. Later, we have redefined and cut the cost of virtual machines. So, yeah, here I have to share those things. Yeah. So, yeah. So here is the agenda. Like I'll just quickly give an intro about like what is Azure and a quick intro about Azure virtual machines, and then tips to reduce the cost with Azure virtual machines. Yes. So Azure is a cloud platform, that they have more than 200 products and cloud services designed to help you to bring new solutions. Yeah. So what is Azure Virtual Machine? So Azure Virtual Machines is one of several types of on-demand scalable computing resources that offers. Typically, you can choose a VM when you need more control over the computing environment than other choices of yours. So, as an Azure VM gives you the flexibility of visualization without having to buy and maintain the physical hardware that runs it. However, you still need to maintain the VM by performing tasks such as configuring, patching, and installing software to run on it. Yeah. So you can use Azure virtual machines to run any workload you want, like an application and database and enterprise solutions like SAP or anything else. So Azure VMs comes in many shapes and sizes and can run Windows, Linux, or any other operating system. You can start saving the money with your Azure VMs from the minute when you start creating them. So let's take a look at the first step to save the money, which can be found in the creations and experience of the actual Azure VMs. So the first thing will be Spartan Azure Spark instances. So make most of the money to reduce your cloud spend. Azure reservation spots like Spark VMs, Azure hybrid benefits. So yeah, with Azure Spark virtual machines, you can access unused Azure compute capacity at deep discounts, up to 90 percentage compared to pay as you go prices. You can pay up to the maximum price that you optionally agreed in the advance section. So you can view the price history and the the emission rate for the Smart VMs you select. Smart VMs are ideal for workloads that can be interrupted, providing scalability while reducing the cost. You can get unique Azure pricings and the benefits when you run the Windows Server workloads on the Smart VMs. You can get the Smart VM pricing for Azure VMs or VM scale sets. Select you have to select the right deployment model based on your preferences and then the characteristics of your applications. So Smart VM prices will change as necessary and will vary based on the available capacity. So workloads will be evicted when the current price is higher than the maximum price that you agree to pay, or like you can the Azure no longer has been available compute capacity and no need to reallocate the resources. Uh, so Yeah. While creating the actual Azure virtual machines, so I think like Kuprazo and a few of my colleagues have shown you like how to create the VMs and how to create the databases. So I'll skip those steps. So if you can see that the eviction type, so there you can see like a capacity only or price or capacity options. So you have to choose this to reduce the price of the thing. There you can see you can also enter the maximum price for the hourly basis which you want to pay. Yeah. So the next one will be the Azure hybrid benefits. So I recommend there are possibilities that you can create a SQL machine. But the thing is, like if you have purchased the OS license or SQL license, you can very well you can use it instead of directly creating a SQL machine. Say the combination of SQL Server 2019 and then the operating system of Windows Server 2019. You can just create a virtual machine with Windows Server 2019, and you can use the MSDN subscription, or if you have MSDN subscription, you can use the MSDN subscription to download the SQL Server, and you can install on the virtual machine. So it will avoid the cost cutting. So when you directly use the SQL Server, it may like cost more than the actual actual Windows Server. So likewise, you can reduce the cost. So here is the link. Using the link, you can calculate the price. So how much you're going to spend with the VM. So at the same time, like you can save that it mentioned, like if you have the license, you can reduce the cost up to like for 50 percentage of your price. Instead of creating a direct SQL virtual machine, you can cut the cost. You can directly purchase the Windows operating system, and then later you can install the SQL servers and then the necessary software. So this will cut the cost. And the next one will be the autocorrect. So most of them like auto shutdown. So in the management part of the virtual machine creation, most of the time in the Azure virtual portal, you can enable the shutdown, auto shutdown. But most of them we forgot this option, and it keeps on running. When you do, you can tell it to when you do it, you can tell it to shut down your VM at a certain time every day and send you a notification when that happened. This deallocates the virtual machine resources and makes the VM only occur minimum cost. So you can also enable the auto shutdown when you have already created a VM. Additionally, you can control the VM shutdowns and start up automatically when you use auto shutdown. So when you use say example, when you use multi-server, you're using 5 to 6 machines, a basic multi-server will require. So at that point of time, think if you haven't enabled autocorrect and it is spinning overall the day, so it sucks most of the cost at the time. So it is it is addressable to use auto shutdown option. So the next one will be deallocate VM resources. So most of one of my junior, what he did, like he shut down the VM inside the operating system. So we have as I mentioned, we have multi-server, right? So he just shut down like how we will do regular basis on our lab. So the thing is, like we should shut down the VM properly, or else like it will keep on spinning. It should say like deallocated. So but he he shut down the VM inside the operating system, and that's keep on spinning on the background. So that's we should avoid. Either you can we can use the previous option, like auto shutdown, or we have to manually go to the portal and we have to shut down the virtual machines properly. And then the VM resizes. So you have to pick the right size of your VM. So Azure Virtual Machines scale sets, let you create a manage a group of load balancing VMs. The number of VM instances can automatically increase or decrease in response to demand or define schedule, as Kuprasu or some of the colleagues they mentioned. So scale sets provide high availability to your application and allows you to centrally manage config and then upgrade a large set of VMs. So you can build large scale services for areas such compute, big data, and container workloads. So you should take care to pick the right size of your VM. There are many sizes and types to choose from, and each one have different price. So access your VM usage regularly and scale the size of your VM to what it need to be. You might not need a large expensive VM. Allocating, say example, if you are allocating 16 gig of RAM to your domain controller load, will cost higher. So you have to choose the right set of right size of your VM virtual machines. Also, like you can also scale your VM automatically when they are in the VM scale set. The advantages of VM's scale set is not like you can automatically create from central configuration, and also like you can automatically create and integrate with Azure load balancer or application gateway. So as the automatic distributions will be uh, provided across availability zones or availability states. Yeah. So uh, so here you have to choose the right metrics, like even like if you for usually for the load balancing, when you create domain controller, it doesn't need much database size. The virtual machine size. Usually, it won't require more than up to maximum. You don't need to create 50 gig of local storage, so it won't occupy much more spaces because you're just going to configure the users and then the computers on the domain controller. So there is no use in allocating more memory for domain controller. So likewise, you can cut the cost. I think hopefully, it has been. I have given an overall picture of like how we can reduce the cost. Yeah. So if you have any questions, please do post on the comment section. I'll be happy to answer it. Yeah. Thank you all.
Yeah, thanks, Shivaramakrishnan. Like, if you have any
Yeah.
doubts, you can reach out to his Twitter handle, Shiva underscore RA. Like, you can reach out to him. So, once again, thanks, Shivaramakrishnan, for your session.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think we came to the end of the global 2021 Coimbatore segment. Like we had a good number of sessions. I hope you enjoyed it and had a good learning around it. So here we have a swag from global Azure team. Like if you want your learner badge, you can just scan this and you can get your learner badge. Like I'm not going to pause it for a time. Like if it's going to be in YouTube, like you can pause it and you can scan and you can get your badge. So you can also go to this URL to get your swag. So I think we came to the end of the day. Like so, just we are going to conclude it by just mentioning some important details about our community. Like this is our meetup group. Like if you want to join this meetup group, like just go to meetup.com/techmeet360. So I'll just show that URL in the banner. Yeah. So this is the URL. So just go to this link and there'll be a join button here. Click join, like you'll be notified about our future events. So we do events every month, and we mainly focus on Microsoft technologies. And if you want to stay up to date with our community, just go to this meetup.com/techmeet360 and just join this group. So once again, I thank all the speakers, all the attendees, for making this event a grand success. So thanks for that, and keep supporting us. And if you have any feedback, you can just post it in Twitter, or you can just send a DM in Twitter or Meetup. You can just tag us, even if it's positive or negative. Each feedback will be very much helpful for us, for our future events to improve. So thanks everyone. Thanks for joining, and stay safe and stay home. Thank you, and we'll meet next month. Thank you.